We're breaking the silence, raising the sirens. Here we go, here we go. Waking your demons, don't need no reasons. Here we go, yeah. We're breaking the silence, raising the sirens. Here we go, here we go. Waking your demons, don't need no reasons. Here we go, yeah. Close. We're breaking the silence, raising the sirens. Here we go, here we go. Waking your demons, don't need no reasons. Here we go. We're breaking the silence, raising the sirens. Here we go, here we go. Waking your demons, don't need no reasons. Here we go. try. The way we're riding, wow, yeah, it's 18 alive. No one can stop this sound, no one's gonna break us down. All systems go to destination, I don't know. Can you feel it in the night, just a little out of sight? Can you feel it in the air when you turn and no one's there? Breaking the silence, raising the sirens, here we go. Waking the demons, don't need no reasons, here we go. We're breaking the silence, raising the sirens, here we go, here we go. Waking your demons, don't need no reasons, here we go. We ride or die into the black hole of our souls. We're soaking gasoline, just waiting to implode. It's Operation Race, some hell, so listen close. All systems go to destination, I don't know. Can you feel it in the night, just a little out of sight? Can you feel it in the air when you turn and no one's there? Breaking the silence,
Listen close.
here we go. Waking the demons, don't need no reasons, here we go. We're way too young to die, but God knows we can try. The way we're riding,
All right. Hello there. And big welcome to everyone. You're with me, JD. We are back again for another episode of Direct Access MixStream. Can you guys hear me on the audio? Just checking. Okay, we're going to start real soon, just a little bit. Just let me know, guys, if you all can hear the audio. Can you hear my mic clearly? All right, okay. Let's start it again. Okay. Hello there. Welcome to another episode of Direct Access MixStream. The show where, since we guys can't hang out together in the studio as usual, you guys get to hang out with me and watch me mix the songs live on YouTube. So, first of all, welcome to all to all the patrons and all the viewers. So, those who are new to the show, if you haven't done so, remember to go and subscribe. You should be able to see the little icon to the right. Just subscribe to the channel. We will really appreciate it because it'll help us to grow the channel. And first of all, to all our Muslim viewers, selamat berpuasa. Wish you a happy fasting. And I wish that we could be celebrating this festive season in a much more, happy circumstances. But let's look on the bright side of things. All right, we're all safe. We're all healthy, and I hope you guys are all doing good. Okay, now just a few things to get out of the way. Okay, as I look at my little cue sheet to remind me to not forget to say these things. Okay, now how MixStream works is you can support firstly the band, all right, by signing up as a patron. So you go to the website. It's also somewhere down here, all right, patreon.com/studio2105. So what happens is that if you can sign up to become a patron for as low as about $3 a month. Okay, that comes out about 12 ringgit, 13 ringgit a month. And 50%, right, of the revenue that's going to be generated from the live stream, okay, 50% will go directly to the band. So it's a way, of showing your support for the band. It was a way of showing support for your local independent artists. Because now you cannot go for gigs, you can't go for shows. So this is the way that you can check out their music. All right, so one more thing. I'm currently running a Patreon special offer, right? So this special offer, what you get is if you sign up for the direct access tier or the VIP access, right? So that's like a second tier. There are different tiers in Patreon, okay? So you've got your basic level 1 access. You also have the next level up, which is the direct access. That's why the name of the program is called. And finally, you have the VIP access. And what you get if you sign up to become a direct access or VIP access patron is you get this. Can you see it? Can you see it? Okay. This is a super limited edition copy of the Project EAR Revolution album. The very last ones in existence anywhere in the world. So if you sign up to become a patron, I will be sending you a copy of the CD of this album, right? Obviously, after the whole MCO is lifted, lah. Okay, all right, okay. This offer is very limited. You only got like 4 days left because it ends at the end of April. So April 30th is the very last day which you can sign up to become a patron, right? And then you'll get this. For those who are at level 1, all right, because we have some patrons who are at level 1 access, if you can consider, upgrading yourself to the direct access tier or VIP tier, all right, do consider it, and you'll also be entitled to get the CD. Okay, so what other stuff do you get if you are a direct access or VIP access? Okay, so you get one-on-one consultation. You also get access to a lot of exclusive behind the scenes content. You get early access to a lot of the information and updates, or both on the Patreon side, or you can from a Patreon app. There's a lot of short behind the scenes snippets and videos which I shoot. The best thing is, like I mentioned, you get a one-on-one consultation, or mentoring. So we can do one-on-one sessions, mentoring, tutorials, and consultations on anything regarding music production, recording, mixing, music theory, music business, career advice. If you want to pursue your career in the music business, if you want to chat a little bit more, we can do that all in one-on-one sessions. But that's accessible only for the direct access patrons and above lah. Okay, cool. Enough about that, right? So next thing you want to talk about is tonight's band, all right? So every week we feature a different act, right? Ranging from hip hop to pop, and tonight I'm very, very honored to be joined by the guys from Airwaves on Fire. Hooray! Hello. Maybe I should put a sound effect, to next time I'll put up like a little sound effect with a crowd audience. Okay, so Airwaves on Fire are a pop punk band based here in KL. So currently, what we're doing is we're actually in the process of recording their brand new EP. So unfortunately, now we're all stuck in quarantine. We have to wait until the whole thing is over, until we can get back in the studio to finish up the EP. All right. So for those of you who have been tuning in a little bit earlier, you may be hearing some music. That is their first single, the band's first single, called Ride and Die. So I think what Jian, what the band is going to do in the chat and comment session is they'll probably leave you some links, to go to their YouTube channel, to go to their website and their Facebook. All of that I'm also going to include in the I'm also going to include I'm also going to include down in the description. Hey, is my webcam working, or did it like suddenly decide to not work? Just let me know. Is my webcam still working? Okay. If it's not working, you just let me know, okay? Right, cool. So that's about the band. Check it out. I'll leave all the details later down in the description. You can also chat and interact with the band members because they're all there in the chat, in the live chat. Okay. So remember, if you have time, leave a like on this video. Remember to go and subscribe to the channel and check out the Patreon, right? And sign up for it when you have time. Okay, cool. Oh, so looks like my webcam is frozen, huh? That's weird. Every week something weird happens. Okay, so let me try and sort that out in a second. All right, let me try and sort it out in a minute. Okay, in the meantime, let me just play the track for you so you'll be entertained, okay, with some music in the background. Okay, stand by.
Breaking the silence, raising the sirens. Here we go, here we go. Waking your demons, don't need no reasons. Here we go. Else
Okay, webcam's back up. Let me settle it down here. And indeed, here we go. Here we go. Indeed. Okay, I'm back into the webcam. All right. So let me know if it's does it seem to freeze or something like that? Okay. Anyway, if that doesn't work, webcam is giving some issues tonight. Okay. Let's just get down to the mix then. All right. So apologies for the webcam. Webcam's not really working properly. Okay, leave your comments, all right? Leave your questions if you have anything you want to ask, right, regarding the song, regarding recording, mixing. You can leave it in the questions, and I will check back at all the questions in the comments in the live chat, and I will get back to you and I'll reply. You can also, again, chat with the band members. They are all in the chat. Ask them and find them and find out on what's up and what's going on. Okay, now, let's go right into the mix then. Let's start first of all. Again, I'm going to very, very quickly kind of go through what's on my master channel. Okay, so before mixing, I'll kind of always engage and make sure that I have all these plugins running. All right, I have a little first thing in my master channel. I have a little EQ. Right, this is called the Airwaves Air EQ. So the purpose of this is just to give a little bit of a low end and a little high end boost. Very, very subtle. It's not more than like 1 dB. So I kind of engage this pretty much very on, all right, from the start. Next I go, there is this. This is a multi-band compressor, okay. So Waves C4, and I'll show you how I use it later on, okay. So come next thing in the chain, we also have the virtual bus compressor. These are all different models of compressors that I put on the mix bus. All right. Some other stuff in the virtual mix rack, I'll skip that for now. But another main important thing is I have virtual tape machines. Okay, this is the last thing in the chain because we're sort of simulating how analog the workflow is in the analog domain. Okay, cool. All right. So again, apologies for the webcam issue. It's weird. Every week there's some kind of weird technical thing, and it's a totally different thing happens every week. Okay, so let's get on round to it. All right, so where do we start? So one of the important things is that in mixing, right, or in recording, anything you want to do with audio is your gain structure. So what I mean by gain structure is if you want to know how you want to set your initial levels, because you don't want your levels to be either too loud, right? In the end, when all the tracks have all been summed and mixed up together, whether it's too loud, okay, or whether it's ends up being too soft, okay? When it's too loud, obviously you are clipping your master bus, and that's something you want to avoid. You don't want to be clipping it, all right? Either way, you don't want it to be too low, because when it's too low, when you master it, you are going to bring up all the background noise. Okay, so how do we get a good starting point? Okay, so what I do, all right, very, very good and easy reference for me is to use the drums. Okay, cool. Let me just mute everything first. In fact, actually, sorry. Let's start with the usual thing. Let's take a listen, all right, to the entire song. All right, this is a rough mix. Everything's kind of already been edited and prepped, obviously. Right, it's a rough mix of the song. What I just did last night actually is I added a little bit some electronic and some additional synth stuff. Right, so whether or not we're gonna end up using it in the final mix, that still leaves to be answered. Right, but at the moment I just added some of these ideas to see how it goes. So let's take a listen to it, and maybe in the meantime, I'll try and sort out the webcam again. All right, okay, here we go. Take a listen to the rough mix of the song.
Cross my heart and hope to die. I may, and if I might, my ears are open for tonight. I'll hear you out to clear all doubt. Cheers to your poison on the rocks, as cool as your stone heart. No one needs your good intentions. No one needs your expectations. No one needs your imposition. Cross my heart now. Don't you rain on my parade. Not today, not today. I'll take you out alive or dead. Walk away, walk away. A glass diamond, this world's to you. 'Cause all you do, I see right through. You stand so proud, flames in your crown. But does it burn? Oh, does it burn? Sex and smoke and rock and roll. Colors, lights, all just for show. But who will save your soul? No one needs your good intentions. No one needs your expectations. No one needs your imposition. Cross my heart now. Don't you rain on my parade. Not today, not today. I'll take you out alive or dead. Walk away, walk away. Cross my heart and hope to die. Stick a needle in my eye. Cross my heart and hope to die. Cross my heart and hope to die. I won't let you bleed me
All right, cool. I'm back. Okay, cool. Fingers crossed. Let's hope the webcam just doesn't freeze again, right? Cool. So that's the rough mix of the song, okay, and pretty good. It's a nice rocking track. Okay, so back to the initial one I was earlier talking about. Let's start off with getting the initial levels first. So how do I sort of set my initial levels? Very easy. I use the kick drum as my reference. All right. So let's go. Okay. Now, how many tracks are there in this whole project? Let's take a look. Oh boy, there's lots and lots and lots of tracks in here. These are all the drums. Let me sort of minimize the mixer console window so you can take a look. Drums, bass, synth parts, guitars, and all the vocals are down here. So let's go through it. All right, one by one. We've got a lot of mixing work to do today. Okay, so let's check it out first. All right, let's check out the drums first. So let's start with the kick drum. So how do I set my initial level? Okay. So pretty easy. What I sort of aim for, okay, so my kick, I've got two tracks, all right. So one is the kick drum that's on the mic, and another one is actually the sample replaced kick drum. So let's work on both of it and see what we have. Okay, so let's start on this. Save first. so the webcam looks like it's frozen again, huh? Okay, never mind. I have to sort it out and figure it out later. Okay, let's get out of this. Okay, cool. So as you guys already, for those of you who have watched previously, all right, what I do is inside a digital environment, like how we work nowadays, okay, in a DAW environment, we sort of want to replicate how a workflow, an analog workflow is on, let's say, if we're working on a large format analog console. And how we do it is we utilize, okay, tape emulation and tape emulation and console emulation plugins. So what I do, okay, is like for every channel, I will always have this. I've got a little preset already set up, right? Mix VCC, VTM, drums. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so it's gonna load it up. So what I have over here, first thing on each insert is what we call the virtual tape machine. You saw that just now in the master section. But what we do is we put this on the first insert of every channel that we're gonna work on. So this emulates, the signal, audio signal, coming out, let's say from as if it's been recorded on a 24 track 2-inch machine. So a couple of settings I want to keep in mind. All right. Usually input output, I just leave it at unity gain. All right, unity, because I don't really need to drive it. The effect is meant to be very, very, very subtle. It's not meant to be, you don't want to overdo it by driving up the input. So just leave everything at 0. Okay, cool. So a couple of settings, right? So speed, it's either 30 IPS or 15. So for drums, I will keep it for 15, all right? Anything that's a little bit of bright, I want to sort of, tone it down, add a little bit of warmth to it. Right, I use a 15 IPS setting, which is a slower tape speed. Machine type 2-inch 16 track, tape type FG456. Okay, those are my settings for the virtual tape machine. Let's go down to virtual mix rack. So virtual mix rack, there are two things. First one in this chain, in the plugin chain, is the virtual channel. So this is the emulation of an actual channel on a mixing console. All right, so you've got different, they got 6 different models here: USA, Brit 4KG, 4KE, RC Tube, Trident. This little logo means Trident. Brit N which means is a Neve. So my favorite setting is always the USA. For me, it's kind of the most the cleanest sound. So I kind of like that. Okay. Now, next one in this chain is a preamp module. So this is a FG73. It's a model of the Neve 1073 preamp. So what it's doing is, okay, so we are running through, let's say we're running to a API channel and also to a Neve 1073 preamp. We're sort of emulating that signal flow that it's going to be going through that sort of a signal flow. Okay, so I do that on every channel. So let's start by setting the level for the kick first. So we would also want to be paying attention to the master. Let me bring that up. Okay. All right, let me bring that up. We're paying attention to the master here. Oh, and it doesn't stay up. Okay, let's try. How we gonna make it stay up? Okay. All right. Oh, what's not okay, man? Yeah, the webcam is not moving, I know. All right. So unfortunately, I'm not sure what's happening. The webcam just like freezes after a couple of minutes. Very, very weird. Okay, let's start. Let's look at the kick drum first of all. So, okay, you might not be able to see it because I'm running on a sort of a dual monitor setup. Okay, but okay, let me sort of set the level for the kick. Let's start with the. Let's just do this intro section. Let's just loop it. Cool. Okay, I like this balance, all right? So let me just play it for you, okay? Play it for you again. So take a look at the master, all right? Let's take a look at the master level. So at the moment, let me reset the peak meter. Okay, let me just play it. Okay, so you can see that it's kind of peaking at just under minus 11, right? It's actually like minus 10.7. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, maybe I just turn it down by like maybe let's say 1 dB each. All right, so minus 16 and 6. All right. So what I'm aiming for is that the kick drum, okay, so that the kick drum is gonna be peaking at about minus 12. That's for me. All right. So if once I sort of set the kick drum level at minus 12, everything else relative to the everything else relative to the kick drum is going to be balanced to that. You see, so what happens is that in the end, your levels on your master is going to be pretty healthy. You're going to have enough headroom, right? You're going to have pretty much enough headroom, okay, to enough headroom, all right, for mastering without the levels, without clipping, and at the same time without having the average level being too low. Okay, I got rid of the webcam. I know because some of you might be wondering why it's frozen over there. Thank you again for those who have just joined us. Okay, all right. Please leave all your comments and questions in the chat session, and if you got time, remember to subscribe to the channel. Okay, let's move on. Right. So we've got these initial level settings ready. Okay, so I've balanced the two. Let's take a look now. Let's start with a kick drum. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm gonna roll out everything below 20. All right, so I don't need things below 20. Okay, cool. Just gonna try to put a gate on it and let's see how it goes. Okay, let me gate the kick drum first because there is a little bit of leakage from there's a little bit of bleed. So again, this is in Virtual Mix Rack. This is Slate Digital's gate. They have two versions. They have one, the regular gate, and the other have another one which they call it the drum edition. The drum version has got a debleeder section. It's got a really cool feature because what it does is like it's sort of a dynamic filter, right? So it can sort of filter out, the bleed frequencies while still kind of maintaining the sustain of, of the original source. So let's say, for example, in this kick drum, let's just pull up one of these presets, okay? Kick the bleed tight, okay? Because we want it to be tight sounding. Let's see how it goes. Let's bypass it. Let's go without. So you can see all the bleed from the snare and all that. Cool. All right. So it's pretty tight. All right. Let me just put the release a little tighter. There you go. Let's see. Okay, that's a bit too much. Okay. What I want to do is I want to sort of still keep the sustain of the kick drum without killing it entirely. Okay, because if you kill it, the kick drum sounds a bit too dead. All right. Okay, I'm going to move on. I'm going to EQ it a little bit. Okay, what I'm going to look for is I'm going to kind of look for some of the, I'm going to fish around. I call it fishing. I'm going to fish around for some of the excess resonances. And the reason why is I'll explain later. Okay, let me do this first. Yep, so that's about 124 hertz. Got a little bit of that ringing going on. It's maybe a bigger, wider cue. Okay, and there's usually something a little bit higher up, about 200. Same thing. Let's bypass. So that helps to clear it up. So let's bypass everything. All right. Okay, this is without the EQ, without the gate. Now with the gate, there you go. Super clean, super tight. All right. Okay. As you can notice, I'm not actually boosting anything, on the low end. The reason why is because I pretty much already know how much low end I can get during the recording process itself. Airwaves on Fire did this song, the whole band. We're recording it here at the studio. So I know a couple of things. I already know the characteristic of my kick drum, and I know the microphone which I'm using. And plus, when it's coming into the channel on my console, I've already given it a little bit of the necessary EQ. I always EQ my drums on the way in. For me, I prefer doing that. For me, I think the results that you can get a much more better result, when you EQ on the way in. Again, it's not a deal breaker if you don't have a console, if you don't have preamps that have that don't have like a 3 or 4 band parametric EQ in front of it. You can always just record it flat and deal with it. It's just I always prefer the way that I was trained and I was that I was taught is to try and EQ and commit to the sound. So that's why in this case you don't see me boosting any lows, because I feel that the low end is already more than enough, than sufficient. Okay. So we just quickly solo. All right, so drum sample. So now we'll just look at the drum sample. This is what I use is Steven Slate's SSD 5. They're now in the red version 5.5. Let's check it out. All right, I'll do a whole other topic. Okay, another separate video on drum sample replacement. All right, in the future. Okay, I know I've promised that gonna do a lot of these other separate contents as well, but bear with me. Give me some time to get all this done. Okay, cool. So let's look at this sample. All right, so same thing. I want to get rid of some of the honkiness. All right. Okay, this guy is a little bit higher. It's about 140. Again, this one don't really need to do much. Just a tiny touch, all right, of scoop out a little bit of that 140, 150 hertz, because these are pretty well recorded drums anyway. These drum samples from the drum sample libraries. Okay, cool. Okay, and there we go. That's our kick. Okay. All right, so let me show you. All of my drum tracks are all right, bussed into the drum group. Okay, so some of it, like the snares, there is another group here. I can show you. Right, you go. So I have a snare group here. So all my snare drums are routed here to this group. All my toms, all my overheads, all my rooms, and all of these are all going to be sent over to the drum group, which you see there. Now there is one group here called the drums para, which is actually means for parallel processing, but I've not used this in a long time. So let me just mute this and just bring it down first. All right. So I've not used it because nowadays with some of the plugins that I have, they already have the ability to do the parallel processing within the plugin itself, so it don't need an extra channel, but it just happens to be there. Okay, cool. Now let's move on then with the snare drum. Okay, cool. Let's do the same thing. All right. I'm gonna, oops, wrong one. Okay, VTMA drums. So similar thing. All right, similar treatment. Let's see. Let me just roll up everything below 100. and about everything above 11K. Okay. Okay, cool. Now, I'm not going to do too much, right? Not going to do too much to all of this first. Now, for snares, I usually record with 3 microphones. I have snare A. So snare A is a dynamic. Just take a listen to the dynamic, all right? Okay, and I have here snare B. This is actually a condenser microphone. So you're gonna hear that it's got a little bit more wider frequency response. Yeah, a little bit more low end, a little bit more of that high end from the hi-hat coming through. So I'll probably set this a little bit lower. Okay, so two mics on the top, right? A dynamic and a condenser in phase, and one microphone on the bottom. All right, if I'm not mistaken, this was also an ATM 650, which is a dynamic microphone. So let's take a look at the snare bottom very quickly. Okay, let's hear. Okay, I'm just gonna roll out some of that resonance. Okay, what I want to obtain from the snare drum mic is more of the rattle of the snare. Okay, and this essentially affects it, makes the snare bottom mic more like an EQ. If you want your snare to sound a bit brighter, you just bring the level of the snare bottom up. Okay, so let's just check it out, how all three sound together. Okay, cool. All right, let's leave it at that first. Okay, let's move on to the samples. So these are gonna go to drums. Same thing. Let me just check the routing. Okay, these should go to the drums. Okay, for the drum samples, I've used two. For the snare, I used two drum samples. Right. One is like a pearl maple snare. Another one is called VP. VP in this instance stands for Vinnie Paul, right? So this snare is actually made famous by the Paramore albums, lah. Okay, so this was like if this drum sound now played for you, so it's instantly recognizable. So a lot of like of the pop punk era bands, almost all of them use this sound, right? Right. So this is going to be layered underneath. This is the actual sample that was recorded and by what's his name? What's the engineer's name? I forget. Okay, but this is the same engineer who recorded and produced bands like Paramore. Okay. Let me check the phase on this. There we go. Okay, cool. So the phase on this on the snare samples need to be reversed because again it depends. I think on some of the sample libraries the it's very very important. So some of the sample libraries, their their polarity of their snare is a little bit different. So it's always useful to check. So again, let me sort of go through that again. Let me show you what I mean. Okay, let's just listen to only the mic snares. Okay, right, and this is with the snare samples, but with the polarity, without the polarity, without the phase being engaged. Okay, and see what happens when I engage it. all that, the body, the bottom of the snare, comes back in. So it's very important to always check. Like don't always assume that even if you're using samples or something like that, check and see whether the polarity is inverted. So let's do the same for the maple pearl. Okay, cool. Let's do that. All right, cool. Let's move on to the next thing. All right. So I'm actually going to skip out all of the stuff. And the next thing I want to blend in is actually the overheads. Like for me, the overheads really is the key. It's really the key and the secret ingredient to a good drum sound. So I like to sort of build my mix around, the overheads. I want to bring in the overheads really, really in, because that captures the overall drum sound. To me, it gives a more cohesive, the drum sounds a little bit more glued together. Okay, so let's check it out. Okay, same thing. All right, I run the same VTM, tape machine, and virtual mix rack signal path through it. And let's check it out. Okay. Okay, cool. Let's solo just the overheads. Okay, we don't need all the low end. Let me just filter it out. Let's go on to maybe another part of the song. Okay. Okay, so at about 400, right? Drums generally, okay, around 350, between 350, 400, always exhibit that kind of boxiness. That's what we call the boxy frequency. That's where a lot of those boxy sounding, ugly sounding boxy frequencies kind of accumulate. So I'm gonna take out a little bit of that. I'm hearing a little bit of ring at about 1K. Let's get it out. Okay, cool. So one thing also about overheads, okay, is that in a rock context, in a rock mix, right, sometimes you don't really need all that high end and all that top end. I know some very, very famous and well-known mixing engineers. What they do with overheads is that they just low pass and cut everything like from 12K and above. So they do something like this. Okay, so I could also do something like that. But what I like to do, right, is instead I have this guy over here. This is also a plugin from Airwaves. Let me bring it into the main screen. This is the Airwaves E2 de-esser. So de-esser is a plugin, all right? As the name implies, it's used to, reduce S's on the vocals. So for example, if I anything with the S sound, with the T sound, anything with a very, very bright S or T or that sort of a transient, right? We call those sibilants, right? So de-essers are a plugin, sort of a very frequency-dependent compressor. So what it does is whenever those frequencies, those high, harsh frequencies pop out, so it helps to bring down the level of only those frequencies, okay? Right? So having that function, knowing how it works, we can find that actually de-essers work really, really well on a lot of different things as well. It works on guitars. For example, let's say an acoustic guitar. So sometimes on some acoustic guitars, when you are shifting and you're moving around, you get a lot of squeaks, squeak, squeak, that kind of squeaky finger sound on the fretboard. And you can also do the same with cymbals. So what I have here is it's actually based on a preset called OH Soften. So what it does is that, in case you can see a little shelf, from like 1K all the way up, right? It's not more than -3. So what it does is that whenever the cymbals like crash on, it will just kind of massage the high end a little bit, right? So it's kind of doing the same thing, achieving the same thing of similar thing of putting a high cut filter, but a little bit more gentle. So it's a little bit more transparent. It's gonna act on it only when it becomes too overbearing. So let's check it out. All right. Okay, let's bring the sensitivity up. Okay, right. Just very, very gentle. It's only going to just be doing a tiny touch, all right? In this case, probably 1, 2 dB the most. Okay, so let's take a look. Okay, cool. So that's the overheads. All right. So one thing that I'm going to do right now, and it's sort of a trick. Well, not to say trick lah. That Chris Laudel uses is that if you read his interviews and all that, he says he never puts reverb on the direct mics. That means on all the closed mics. What he does is he actually does it on the overheads instead. So this is what I'm actually gonna do. So let's check this out. All right. So this is the overhead group. I am actually gonna be sending it to Reverence. Okay, cool. Let's put it all the way to 0. Okay, so Reverence, right, is a convolution reverb. Okay, so reverbs, there are many different types. All right, there are analog reverbs, right? There are digital reverbs, which are based on algorithms, and there's also convolution reverbs. All right, I can do a whole other episode on the different types of reverbs as well. So stay tuned. Those are all planned. Okay, those are all planned. So what a convolution reverb does is you can load in impulse responses, right? So impulse responses are, sonic captures of either a particular acoustic space, some kind of a acoustic environment, or even a piece of gear. So in this case, let me look for it. Okay, let me see what I want. Okay, let me go into my impulse response library. So we hear the word impulse response being used a lot, when you talk about guitar amps, amp modelers, and all that. But impulse response basically refers to, any kind of a frequency response that can be run to any piece of equipment. It can not necessarily be an acoustic space like a hall. You can run it to a certain piece of equipment as well and sort of get an impulse response. So basically that's what it is. So let's look through my sample. I'm going to go to one which is one of my favorites, right? It's under the Yamaha SPX 990. Good old Yamaha SPX 990 snare plate preset. Okay, so I'm going to load that in. Let's check out how it sounds. Okay, so it's actually a very, very subtle thing. So you can hear a little bit of the reverb. Let me take it out. So if this is dry. Okay, yeah, it's a little bit more obvious during the verse sections, right? So if I take it out, this is dry. Okay, so one very important thing, all right, that I want to check also is the EQ and the reverb. So let me just check that out first. Okay, cool. I'm sort of hearing something. I want to hear the tail of the reverbs, all right? So what I'm hearing is... Okay, all right. Because of some of the frequencies that's in the overhead mics, right? When it excites the reverb, it causes some of these particular frequencies to ring a little bit more, ring a little bit longer. So let's just bring it down. me stop it. Okay, cool. Yep. So to me, that sort of cleans up the reverb a little bit more. So let's pay attention also, all right, for the reverb. Right, I've also like filtered out all the lows below 200. So we don't need all that because that's all going to be making the reverb muddy. And also generally everything above 10K, right, has also been filtered out. So here we go. That's the reverb on the overheads, okay? So very, very subtle, just to give it a little bit of a sense of space. Now, having said that, all right, even though Crystal says he doesn't put a reverb on that, sometimes I feel that you may need to add a little bit more reverb just to give it a little bit more space in the end of the mix when you have all the stuff that's competing. So, rules, there are no hard and fast rules in mixing in audio, so we make do and we improvise. If a part needs reverb, we add it. If it doesn't, then we don't. If it needs compression, we add it. If it doesn't, we just leave it alone. Okay, let's move on to the room. Okay, so I have a pair of room mics. Okay, same thing, same deal. Let's put out the VTM and VCC. So these are the room mics. Let's just solo it and just listen to it. Okay, cool. Okay, with the room mics, I will be a little bit more process it a little bit more. Okay. Okay, don't really need all the top end again. Bit of honkiness, about 550. Right, cool. Okay, let's just set it at that first, okay? So for me, remember there's a saying that goes set and don't forget. Let's just leave it. Don't agonize so much over the levels and all the different levels first. Once everything comes into play, the rest of the elements, the bass, the guitars, the vocals, some of these things may need to change. So let's check it out again. I'm hearing something just now in the overheads. Let's see, was it in the overheads or in the room? Let me just check. Oh, yep, it's in the room, okay? See, it's that same frequency again at about just at about 1K. That was in the overhead. That was exciting the reverb. So it's also there, right? So we know that it's actually kind of actually the characteristic, one of the flaws of the room. Okay, but flaws does not mean wrong. Ugly can be beautiful. So to speak. Let's check it out. Okay, cool. All right. So the next part I'm going to go into is this little intro section. Okay. All right. This little intro section here. Actually, before we go even further, all right. Let me just to sort of ease the strain on the hard disk. Let me just consolidate all these first, all these edits. Let me just do that really quickly. So because you can see, right, all the drum tracks here have been some editing done, right? That's a lot of editing done. So now all these different crossfades. So all this takes up a little bit of processing power, and also, takes up some of the hard disk bandwidth as well. So let me just very quickly bounce all of these down. So let's go to audio, bounce selection. Okay. Replace events. Yes, replace. Okay, in the meantime, let me try get this annoying webcam to work again. All right. No idea why it just like freezes after a while. 604. Ta-da! But now my face is like so big, you see. Okay, da-da-da. Here we go. Let's hope the webcam doesn't freeze again, okay? Hi guys, I'm back again. All right, okay. Well, so many things going on in the chat there, man. Remember, just leave your comments. Leave your questions. If you have any questions for the band members are all here. If you have any questions for me, you can leave it there as well, and the chat moderators will archive the chat, and I will check back and respond to that later. So okay, are we done already? Okay, cool. We are. All right. So let's go in now to the toms. That's the next thing I want to look at. So let's do a little loop of this section, okay? Like the intro section. So okay, cool. Let's focus on the first tom first. There are two toms in this. I think it's there was a 12-inch tom and a 16-inch tom. Let me just loop one single tom hit. Okay, so first things as usual. Okay, all right. First thing as usual, let's check the phase. All right, I want to double check. So even during the recording process, I already checked it. In the mix, sometimes I'll just double check it again. Right, and the webcam has frozen again. All right, that's really weird. It just decides to not to work after a while. Bizarre. Hello, webcam. All right. So my face is just there frozen. Okay, I'll just leave it there. Okay. It works for like a minute and then after it stops. Okay, so let's check the phase. Let's just loop the tom. Okay, let's flip the phase here. Oh, okay. And who knows, lo and behold, it actually flipping the phase actually sounds better because all that low end and the bottom end comes in. So sometimes this is also because of it could be a couple of reasons. Let me just check first. Let me just bring in these plugins first. Let's double check again. Let's bypass the flip the phase. Let's see. Oh, it's thinner. So when you flip it, so apparently when we flip the phase, it's a little bit more fatter sounding and all that. Okay, let me just get rid of the webcam again. It's really odd, really weird. Okay, so here we go. Back to that. Okay, cool. So now we know that flipping the phase makes it sound a little bit better. Let me put it back to. Let me just put it back to the mono. Okay. So similarly, right, just going to be fishing around for some of the resonant frequencies and all that. So a lot of it was already sort of done, like I mentioned. I always kind of EQ on my analog console on the way in. So some of it's already been done, but with the in mixing, I can be a little bit more surgical, a little bit more precise, because the parametric EQ inside the DAW is, of course, going to be a lot more surgical. Okay, let's check it out again. Okay, it's about 250. So what I mean by all when we talk about fishing and listening for this is I'm trying to listen for I'm trying to listen to frequencies or sounds that is not contributing to the, how do I explain? It's not contributing to the sound of that instrument, or the track that we are recording or we are focusing on. Okay, so these are it could range from ringing or odd frequencies here and there. So this sort of helps to sort of clean it up. So let's go. This is about 250. I heard that here. See this one, this little frequency here. All right, cool. Okay, cool. Now I'll deal with all the high end, right? Some of the necessary high end in the group. But I'm going to show you another thing which I like to do. Okay, so with the toms, I use this guy called. It's made by the company Boss Digital, Boss, right? And it's called the Bark of Dog. Okay, if I'm not mistaken, I can't remember whether this was free or something like that. But okay, basically what this is a model of it. It emulates um, the low end EQ section of some of the classic passive EQ models. A very good example of the famous passive EQ, right, is the Pultec. So what the Pultec does is that they have different. You are able to boost and also kind of cut at the same frequency at the same time simultaneously. So what this does is that it gives a very, very cool cool effect where you can sort of boost that frequency, but instead of doing like a wide boost, I can sort of show you here actually what it does. Okay, let's see. I can show you what it does over here. Da da da. Okay, there we go. Does this work? Does this work? High pass. All right, cool. Let's see. All right. Now let me just check another one. High pass 2. Maybe it's a different model. No, not really. It doesn't. Okay, so it doesn't really show. It doesn't really recreate it here. Okay, but basically what it does is, right, okay, it creates a little resonant around the center frequency, but at the same time, at the frequencies that are just above it, it does a little cut. So you see, it will do a little boost like that. Maybe I can sort of show you what it would kind of look like, right? So eventually your frequency response, you're gonna get something like this, right? So you boost around your center frequency, and the frequencies above it, get cut out. It does it in a very, very musical way. So Bark of Dog is one of those that does it. Okay, so let's just look around and sort of hunt around where that frequency is. Okay. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah. So maybe about 94, just under that. It's about 100. Yeah. See, when I bypass it, it goes a little bit thinner. Okay, so I like what it's doing, man. So it's a very musical way of, boosting low end, getting it something to sound a little bit bigger without it ending up being too muddy. All right, because what it does, it boosts it and also does a little. You get a boost around the center frequency, but the frequencies that are after that are slightly below and after that, you get a little bit of a gentle scoop out of it as well. So cool. That's what I like. Okay. So let's move on to the toms. Let's check out the toms. Righty. Let's check out the floor tom actually. That's what I'm trying to say. Floor tom, let's repeat the same process, okay? Same thing, I think. It's very, very subtle. So it can happen sometimes in the recording process. You check that all your phase relationships are correct, but sometimes later on, when you add all the different processing and because all the other channels and overheads have all the different processing on it already, okay. It's good to always sort of double check your phase relationships, not only in recording but also during the mixing stage. So in the end, it ends up similarly with the first tom. It sounds better when I sort of flip the phase. Okay, so let's check it out again. All right. So I don't need. All right. So this is the floor tom. Okay, let's go. Let's loop it. Okay, so there's a lot of ugliness here in the floor tom, all right, that we can get rid of. Don't need all that. All the 160. Let's loop it again. Alright, cool. Same thing. Gonna put the bark of dog into the floor tom. Let's check it out. Let's try. Okay, there's some different modes. There's classic mode, there's passive. Okay, it's a bit too much, right? Classic is kind of the one which has got the kind of the gentlest effect on it, lah, right? The passive feels like it's a little bit too much of a boost and too much of a scoop. Combo is kind of like combo is like a combination of between the two. So I'd rather go for the classic mode. Okay. Okay, cool. Right. So that's almost all of the drum sound. One last thing to sort of just chuck in. Right. So this track actually again comes from Steven Slate Digital. So this is actually the room sound that comes from SSD. So let's check it out. Okay, I don't need all that super low end. Okay. All right, cool. So with this SSD Steven Slate drum room sample here, right? That's triggered off the kick and drum samples, the room sound. All right. This one I will sometimes dirty it up a little bit. So one of the things that I recently got, and you should check it out as well, is this guy down here. It's called Pulsar Smasher. Right. So it's by a plugin company called Pulsar. So what it does is that it's a one trick pony. It does one thing only. So what it does is that it simulates the all buttons in mode on an 1176 FET compressor. So on an 1176, you can actually depress all the buttons, the ratio buttons, and it gives like a very aggressive kind of a distortion sound. So I think you should go ahead and check it. All right. Later on in the live stream description, I will always list out all of the plugins that I use. So there'll be links towards all of that, to all the different plugins. You can always check it out in the description. So what it does is that it emulates that mode in an 1176 compressor. Now, if I'm not mistaken, because they just released it like a month ago, and it's still on a special offer. They are, if I'm not mistaken, until April 28th. So that's like 3 or 4 days more to go, right? So it's like, yeah, it's about 3 days more. I think on until April 28th, this plugin they are releasing it, and they are giving it away for free. So go ahead and check out Pulsar, all right? And go and download it, okay? So cool. Let's see what it does, okay? All right. So all buttons in. Cool. Wow, you see, look at that. It's really smashed. Let me bring the level up so you can hear it. So you see all that compression. It's bringing up all the grit, adding all the grit and adding all the distortion and bringing up all the ambience. Okay, so the cool thing about it is that you can also have, there's a mix knob here, so you can do it as if it's a parallel procession. It's a parallel compression. Okay, so let's check it out. So this is without. So you can add in a little bit. You can add in more. Okay, obviously when you do that, you're going to be adding a lot. It's going to bring up all that low end and the mid-range grid and distortion. So might have to shelve off a little bit more. Just a little bit more, yeah. So like below 90, so that I don't get too much of a buildup of all that super low frequency. And then now we just blend it back in, okay? Let's check it out. So it should go back into the drums. Here we go. Right, let's check it out again. Okay, cool. Let's just set it at that first, all right? So set, but don't forget, okay? Let's just set it at that, because everything's going to change when the rest of the elements come in. Okay, there's one thing I sort of want to talk about, which I probably sort of missed out earlier on, all right? There's one little stage which I forgot to show you, which I usually do in prepping, but it's really related to the tom tracks again, right? So, the tom tracks are kind of always there, and there's always the bleed coming from the tom tracks when the tom tracks are not playing. So there are different approaches to it. So you can either use a gate, or with DAWs and editing, you can always just edit out all the parts. Okay, you can always edit out all the parts where the toms are not playing. Okay, but what I like to do, okay, is that I don't want to really get rid of it, because all this is bleed actually, contributes. It's actually part and parcel of the drum sound of real. When you stand in front of a drum kit and when you play a drum kit, everything rings. The tom rings. When you're not playing it, it rings. There's always some resonances. That's what contributes, and makes a real organic drum sound. It sounds that way. But because of these close mics and bringing up all close mic levels, it does bring up all that ring and necessary. And you can sort of see it. I can zoom it for you. You can look. This is all actually all the bleed. All right. So this is not a lot. But what I like to do is that I would usually edit and bring the level down. So a couple of things I want to go to. I want to make sure that I engage snap to zero crossing. That's very important because when you edit the part, you do not want to snip the waveform. You always want to cut at a zero crossing because otherwise you will create a digital clip. So let's do one here very quickly. Okay, let's do one more here. Okay, then here, this is where the floor tom starts. So it snaps automatically, right? So I just find a spot here. So I will tend to bring it down by about, depends on your taste, you can bring it down by 10. I usually kind of bring it out to about 15 dB, so it's up to you. So that now all this bleed is actually there. It's right down there at a low level, right? But it is not obnoxiously loud. It's there to function as a glue to glue the whole drum sound together. So let me do. Okay, let's get rid of that. So let's see. Okay, cool. All right. So the high tom doesn't play here. Okay, cool. Let's leave that there, all right? Because I do want it. I do want the tail of the trail of the resonance of the tom to be there. So let's not get rid of it. Okay. Okay, let's go very very quickly. All right, over here. Okay. Okay, here I can sort of edit it. Where I sort of look for is where the cymbals come back in again. Okay, so about roughly here. Sweet. Let's check it out. So the floor tom also comes in here again. Thank God there's not much, otherwise you have to do a lot of chopping, a lot of editing. So roughly here. Okay, let's chop it here. Very quickly. Another one. Usually I would have done all this before this in prep, all right? But I might have slipped my mind. Okay, so let's go. Or actually, right, what I usually do is I actually ask my intern to do it. But since now there's no intern, it's just me alone. I have to do all this by myself. Okay, but no worries, no regrets, no complaints. Okay, this is part we do. We're very very blessed to be able to do what I'm very blessed to be able to do what I love. So still complaints, right? In doing all this editing. Okay, very quickly, just a little bit more. Right. Cool. And at the back, there's no more already. So that's it. Let's select all the regions that I want to bring down. So let's just bring it all down by 15 dB, about 15. Yep. So let's take a listen, right? A difference to how it sounds. Okay, this is the tom section. All right. So if this is without. Right, so it's subtle, but it helps to clean up the drum sound a little bit. So this is with, right? This is without bringing down all the bleed. This is width, right? So for me, it cleans up the bottom end a lot. Okay, especially all the muddiness. So you still have a little bit of bleed there, but it's not at the really loud level that it muddies up everything. Okay, let's go back again to the toms. The toms again. Now I mentioned I would deal with the high end of the toms here. So as you can see here, I've already sort of rolled off everything about 3K above. I don't really need all the super high end from the toms because these are usually all the cymbals. Yeah, maybe a bit more, so you get a bit of the stick attack. Cool, very cool. Sounds good. All right, I like it. Okay, let's move on now to the bass. All right. So what are we gonna do? So what I have on the bass tracks is we usually record with two bass tracks, right? So I usually record with two DIs. Okay. How I do it is the one I usually use a radial JDI, right? So that is giving me a very clean sound. And on another channel, I split the output from the radial, right, from the through output into another DI. In this case, this is an Aguilar tone hammer. So the tone hammer, okay, is the tone hammer gives me more. It's the channel with a little bit more character because it gives me a more amp-like character. There's also a overdrive on it. So let's check it out and see. Okay, with the bass, let's bring the bass in. Fast forward it. Okay, cool. Let's do the same thing. All right, I'm gonna have all the same virtual tape machine. We'll just copy the settings over. All right, nothing super complicated. Okay, so same thing. All the bass tracks are all going to be going into the bass group, right? So this bass mix group. So what I have on the bass mix group, a couple of things. So let's start first of all. The first thing I have is I have another instance of Waves C4, all right, the multi-band compressor. So what I'm doing here is I'm setting a this is just to take care of all the ultra and the super low end. So basically here, everything like below 180. So it's a fairly slow response and medium response and a medium release, all right, because you don't want it to be like clamping down on the bass too much. So what this does is that all it does is it takes care of these frequencies. Let's solo this. By the way, the other bands here are all bypassed, so the other three bands are not working, all right? So they're bypassed and they're not affecting the signal in any way. So only everything below 180 is being processed. Let's take a listen. Cool. Right, sweet. Okay, where did that vocal come from? Okay, here we go. So Okay, cool. That takes care of it. So now, for those who've seen it, they've also probably, if you have watched the previous episodes, you've already seen this. This is the Surfer EQ, all right? So Surfer EQ is an intelligent surfing EQ. What it does is that it can track the certain frequency, all right? Either the root frequency of the note. I'll show you what happens. Okay, all right. So you just take a look at what this little green, right? Because the Surfer EQ band is the one in the middle. See what it does. So it tracks the fundamental. C sharp, B, D sharp, C sharp. So it's really, really cool. So how I sort of employ it is because what I want to do is I sort of want to get rid of some of the upper harmonics on the bass. So usually like the fifth harmonic. So in this case, so whenever it's playing a particular note, that fifth harmonic, right, which is about a fifth above, all right? Is that a fifth above? Okay, I'm not mistaken. I have to verify that again. Okay, so what it does is this will be the frequency. So we don't want all that. So that's all present. Okay, so I'll bring it down. I'll usually do about -2, right? So the reason a Surfer EQ is really, really powerful is if you can also do the same thing with a regular parametric EQ, but with a parametric EQ you only have one. You set it at a certain frequency and it stays there. So whenever you need to, let's say, sometimes if let's say the note goes into that region, if it goes into this region, the 300 hertz, the EQ affects it as well. You see. So a Surfer EQ, in this case an intelligent EQ like this, will sort of follow and track the note and only, dip down and cut down the frequencies which you don't want to. So it's really, really cool. It's by Sound Radix, but the version I have is the Focusrite edition. If you own any piece of like Focusrite gear, interface, or anything like that, I think you can get this for free. You should be able to log in and you should be able to get this for free. Right, the full-fledged version I think has got like many, many more bands of this Surfer EQ, right? But in the Focusrite edition, you get only one band. Okay, these are normal high pass, low pass filter sections, which I usually don't use, right? So this is what I employ it for. Cool. All right, so let's go on. Let's. Okay. Right, next thing what I love to do is put a bit more compression. So this baby here is the 1176. This is the A Revision A model, the blue stripe. So let's check it out. Let me bring the output down first. So I tend to go this fairly aggressive. Yeah. Let's bypass. Sweet. Hello, gang vocals. All right. Why do the gang vocals come? Why are the gang vocals popping up when I don't want them to? Okay, cool. Behave, okay? All right. Sweet. So that's what the 1176 is doing. It's really, really, adding a little bit more of that. It's not just compression. 1176 also adds a bit of the grit, a little bit of dirt, a little bit of bit more of the character and mid-range to it. Okay, what I have next, is something called the Bass Rider. So it's very very cool, right? So they have also something similar for vocals called Vocal Rider. So basically, what it does, this is actually an intelligent same thing. It's also one of those newer intelligent plugins. So what it happens is that you have what it does is that it automatically compensates the volume level. So imagine like having a finger on the fader, all right? This basically what it looks like. You see, having a finger on the fader and having someone like a sound engineer who responds super quickly to all these volume differences. So it's kind of like another level of compression, right? But it's a little bit more transparent because this does not add any coloration, any kind of saturation to it. So they have a couple of ways, there are a couple of features. The main one in the middle is what we call the rider. So this is the main fader. You'll see it operating in a while. The one on the left, this is the range. So range here sets what is the bottom, right? In this case, is -3 and +3 for the ceiling. So this is the range. It's a 6 dB range of where the rider will act, all right? So it will not go right beyond this 6 dB range, right? It's important because if you kind of don't set the range, sometimes it goes a bit too wild. Let's say, for example, if you have a long note that's sustaining, that's supposed to fade out. If you set this like really high, you don't set the range, all right? What it does is when the note is fading out, it's supposed to be a long note that's fading out. What it does, it will like, because the volume drops, what it does, the rider will like ride it up, and that's kind of counter to what you want to have happen, you see. So let's bring this guy back down again, and okay, let's bring it up to 0. Oh no, okay, never mind. Let's do this back to where I had it just now, -3, and the top ceiling +3. Okay, cool. I've got it on the gentle rider setting. Okay, so a couple of other things. This is sensitivity. You can have it low sensitivity or high sensitivity. All right, so how sensitive it is to the signal that's coming in, right? Response, you have a slow or fast attack. Again, so slow is a little bit more gentle, a little bit more subtle. Fast will be a little bit more aggressive, all right? Some other stuff like spill and artifacts, I usually just kind of leave all this at the default setting because they already work pretty good. Okay, excuse me. So let's see what it does, all right? So above here, this is where you want to play around with. This is the target setting. So let's play the bass. Okay, let's play it. And we want to sort of set a sort of target volume level for the plugin to work at. And you can sort of see Bass Rider in action. Okay, cool. This is going to be very, very subtle because I kind of already have, the 1176 doing most of the heavy lifting work. Okay, so what it does over here is only some of the particle notes which might jump out a bit too much, or some of the notes which are a little bit too soft. Bass Rider helps to even out those levels. So cool, and let's leave it at that. So another plugin, the next one that I have in my chain here is called Waves MV2. And all right, for those of you who've been watching already, you've probably seen me using this every single mix that I use. It's pretty much always there. MV2 is fantastic. It's great. So what is MV2? So MV2, it's a very special. It's a bit of a unique. It's a compressor, but at the same time, it's also an expander as well. So it's a combination of compressor / expander / parallel compression thingamajiggy. Okay, and how it works, it's super simple. So you have low level. So low level here talks about low level compression. So low level compression is what it does is that it brings up all the low level information, the low level signals. It helps to bring it up without touching all the peaks. Okay, you guys can't see me on the webcam, but I'm doing all these hand motions which you can't see, unfortunately. Oh, great. Well, we got more budget, a little bit more funds. If you I'm gonna upgrade to get a proper camera now, because what I've been using is actually my phone camera with an IP webcam app. It was been working fine all the previous episodes. Today it decides to, just go say, screw you, JD, I'm just not gonna behave and not gonna work today. Okay, cool. So anyway, so that's what it is. So low level, back to MV2. Like, so low level compression is, it's like parallel compression, and expansion. So let's add a little bit of that. Okay, high level, I'm not gonna touch it, because high level compression acts like a normal compressor. All right, so peaks, it will bring it down. In this case, I don't need to do all of that anymore. So what it will sort of do is, besides just making everything a little bit more even, it gives it a little bit more fatness, a little bit more density, because all the low level information, all the stuff that's sitting behind there gets brought up as well. Okay, and remember, right, this does not affect all the peaks and all the transients, so it's super cool. So let's see what it does. Let's play it at the intro riff, and okay, we have to compensate for the output. Right, so not only does it add, a bit more grit, a bit more fatness, but it also adds sustain to all those long notes. It helps to sustain those long single notes as well. Cool, I like what it's doing. All right, so all of this stuff is all doing, all these different compressors, right, is doing a little bit of work. So this helps to take care of all the super low end, the wave C4. 1176, serves more of an overall. It adds more character. It's a little bit more character to the bass. And Bass Rider, again, super subtle, as you can see when it works. The lowest that it goes is like it dips down about 2 dB, you see, and then you top it off with MV2 as well. So, okay, you can look at the bottom. I have here. This is R bass. So, Renaissance Bass is also one of those plugins which you can, which I will sometimes use. At the moment, I'm not going to use it. So what it does is that it will. Okay, let's try it and see what it does. So what it does is that it is a bass enhancer, right? So what it does, it adds upper harmonics to a bass signal. So for example, when you listen to music on the lower on like small speakers, sometimes you can't hear the bass and you can't hear all the lower frequencies. It's simply because the speaker, right, just cannot reproduce those low frequencies as well. So how are we able to hear the bass then when the speaker is physically not capable of recreating those frequencies, of reproducing those frequencies? So it's a psychoacoustic phenomenon. So our ears and our brain, if we hear the upper harmonics, so let's say on a bass guitar, right? On a bass guitar, the lowest note is an E. So on a normal 4-string bass guitar, okay, tuned to standard, it's an E. So that's about 41 hertz. So it's about 40 hertz then, right? So if you want to be able to hear that E note clearly on small speakers, what you do, right? Because if you boost 40 hertz, all right, 40K, we're not anjing or bats, okay, right? Okay, so if we boost 40 hertz, it's not. You're not going to hear it because the speaker just cannot reproduce it, right? In fact, you might end up just distorting and make the tiny speaker fart, okay? All right, and that's not a pretty thing. So what you do is you can actually EQ your bass at at a higher frequency. So we can recreate, our brain recreates, let's say if we want to hear 40 hertz, what you do is you recreate the upper harmonics of 40 hertz. So you EQ at about you do a little bit of EQ at about 120 and 160, right? So because 40 times 2 is 80, and then 80 times 2 is 160. So you do that. So RBass is kind of that. It's that plugin, right? So let's just give it a try. Let's see how it sounds. Okay, let's find out where are we first of all. So the note that the root note of this song is at about D sharp, which is about 39 hertz. That's almost at E, right? So E is like at 41. So 80 is kind of the right figure, about 80. Okay. Let's take a look. All right. So what we do is we bring up the intensity. Okay, and one thing we want to do is that we want to always listen to this in context, because in solo, it might be, it may sound like it's a bit too much, right? But when you put it in context with everything, sometimes it's not enough. Okay, let's check it out. And it's just a tiny touch. I really don't think it needs any more than that. Just a tiny touch of the RBass, right, at about 80. Let me just play that section again so you can sort of hear. This is how it sounds bypassed. This is with RBass engaged. It's a lot fatter, okay? It's a lot fatter sounding, right? So if you are if you are listening on your phone or on small speakers, you are probably not gonna, it's not gonna be very effective. You should try and listen to, tune in and watch the stream on some good quality headphones or earphones, that you should be able to hear it. So it just makes the bass a lot fatter sounding. Okay, here we go. Let's play the section again. Okay, cool. Very good. So we've got our drums and bass. Now let's move on to the guitars. All right. So where we have the most fun. Okay. Now, okay. So the section that we've kind of been listening to was kind of the intro and the verse. But what I want to focus on right now is actually to head towards the chorus first. And the reason why, all right, very often that I will kind of pay attention to the chorus verse is, first of all, the chorus, the hook is, first of all, it is the most important part of the song. It's the element. It's the part of the song where your listener, your audience, where you sing along. Most of the time that's the most memorable part of the song. You remember the lyrics. Sometimes you don't remember what the lyrics are in the verse, but definitely you remember, right, how the chorus goes in your favorite song. So it's important that I'm gonna try and start approaching the mix from the chorus first, right, before I work on it. And the reason why is so, right, it helps me sort of build the dynamics of the song. So if I kind of focus in making, if I've made, let's say, the intro and the verses, wow, sounding really big, everything's big and huge. Sometimes when you kind of get to the chorus, you find like, it's like, I can't get that impact anymore. The chorus sounds small. There's no way to make it sound bigger. So I like to always start with the chorus first, make that sounding big the way it should. Then it gives me a better overview of how the verses, how the intro, how the rest of the song should go. So again, it's something of what I do, right? It's not necessarily something that you have to follow. You can always develop your own style, what you want to do. You can always start with, working from the song from the front, from the front to the back. But I would love to work on the chorus really early on. So let's jump right into it. Okay, cool. First, about how I record the guitars, right? So let's take a look. All right. So This part that we have here, it's the main distortion rhythm guitar part, right? Consists of, it's two parts actually, right? It's two parts, double tracked, left, right, okay? All right, so but on the amp, what we have is we have two mics on each pass has two mics on it. So this is a Beyerdynamic one M160, which is a ribbon mic. It's one of my favorite mics now. All right, and I usually couple it with a dynamic. Okay, so not a regular dynamic. So this is a Audio Technica ATM 650, kind of like a SM50, Shure SM57. It's their version, their equivalent of it. So I combined the two of them together. So let's check it out and see how it sounds. All right. Okay, cool. All right. So same thing. What I do? Let's insert, an instance of all this in all the different channels. Okay. One additional thing that I have, right, is that when I record guitars, I always record with a DI track as well. And the reason why is that it gives me an option, right, to either reamp, or very often what I will do is I will run it through an amp sim. Okay, so let me just sort of organize this first. I'll go to the DI tracks in a while, but let's take a look at the mic tracks first. All right. And let's flip the phase to check the phase again. Cool. All right. Very pretty much in phase. All right. Okay. Because I usually check all the phase coherency whenever we mic. So because let's take a listen again. So it kind of disappears when I flip the polarity. So we know that it's pretty much good. It's in phase. Okay. So now so this is pan hard left, and the double track pan hard right. So all of this is going to go into a group over here. Let's check it out. Okay, so similar again to an analog workflow. Whenever I'm busing it to a group, so I'm as if I'm going through routing it to like a group, like a subgroup on a console. So here is my setting. All right, virtual mix bus again, USA. Okay, A for the API. So let's take a look at the guitars. Okay, cool. So first thing I'm gonna do is gonna do a little bit of touch. Sounding pretty good already, right? Again, I love to sort of get the sound right, during the recording. Okay, that's really important, especially when it comes to guitar. It's so much harder to work on getting a good sound, right? After fact, in fact, it's really hard. It's almost impossible if it's not been recorded well in the first place. Then you can always like EQ or process or whatever, but the thing is that, again, remember, in mixing, it really is all about the source. It's really all about the capture. If you are working with if it's not been recorded well, it's just pretty much nothing you can do. In the mixing stage, all you can sort of control is the tone. You can make it brighter, you can make it darker, you can boost the mids, you can scoop the mids, all sort of that. But you can't really change the character of the sound. You see, so it's very important to always get that right in the recording. Okay, so let's take a look. Right, so this plugin, very, and how many times I say very, all right, one of my favorites is called TDR Nova. So this is a parallel dynamic equalizer. This is also something I use almost in every single mix I do. So cool. Let's take a look at the high pass filter first. Let's just work on high passing it. Cool. So I don't need everything below, sort of below 80, right? So just getting rid of some of the super low end rumble. Okay, and I also do a low pass right up here. Let's see how we need to go. Cool, above 10K, right? So in a guitar amp, right? Guitar amps has very little harmonic content, like 8K above. So we can always sort of shelve and sort of sculpt the EQ. Take out all the super lows, take out all the super highs. We don't really need it. Okay, let's. Okay, cool. So there are sound little bit of ringing, all right. Distortion guitar is a very complex sound. You got a lot of upper harmonics. That's the nature of the sound anyway. So you have to be careful not to overdo this, all right, because sometimes you might end up making it sound thin and kind of lifeless instead. But let me just play that because I'm hearing a few super minor things. Okay, we can solo this band. Let me set the Q to the narrow Q. Okay, so yeah, it's about 2.5K. You've got a bit of a notch there. You got a little bit of a little peak there. That's very characteristic of speaker cabinets that use a Celestion V30. So the cab that I use is a 4x12 and it has Celestion V30s in it. So this one of the characteristics, right? So let's put the gain back down to 0 first. Okay. Oh, hello. Okay. It's not behaving. 0. Okay, there we go. So let's unsolo it. So now Nova can function like a normal EQ, right? So you can always boost, you can cut, you can adjust the Q and the frequency, all right? But the cool thing about it is the parallel dynamic equalizer function, all right? What you do is you engage this guy, you switch on threshold, so it goes into the parallel EQ mode. So it goes into a dynamic EQ mode, sorry, right? Dynamic equalizer mode. So what's a dynamic equalizer? So remember the de-esser? So the de-esser is sensitive towards those high and harsh frequencies. You can tune it. So whenever those frequencies jump out, it will act and it will compress only those frequencies. It's basically that's basically what a dynamic equalizer is. It's a frequency specific compressor. So what this allows us to do is to dial into certain frequencies, and the compressor, right, that particular band will only act and only react to that frequency alone. It leaves the rest of the signal unaltered. It doesn't touch and it doesn't affect the rest of the signal. So it's very useful because this is it's very useful and very powerful because it allows you to sort of EQ and get rid of things and be as transparent as possible with the EQ without affecting the rest of the signal. So let's go and take a look at what we get. So threshold is at 0 first. Ratio, I like doing it at about 3. Attack, fastest, release, fastest, right? Because I only want it to I want it to react quickly, but I also want it to let go as quickly as possible. So, it doesn't hang on, it doesn't hold on to that for too long, right? So when the harshness is gone, okay, it lets it go, all right? So let's check it out. Let's bring down the threshold. So you can see it reacts dynamically in real time to the signal. So whenever that frequency, that about 2.47, about 2.4, 2.5 k, it will just dip down and duck down every time that frequency kind of pokes its head about too much. Okay, cool. All right. Now, I kind of want to have it, especially when it gets to the heavy riff. I want to give this guitar a little bit more, slightly more body to it. So, what I like to do is use the FGA, which is the API EQ. Let's take a look at it. Bypass without. That's bypass without. It's a bit thinner. Good. Right. I'm also adding a little bit more. Right. A bit of a shelf at about 10K. Right. A bit of a bell at about 10K actually. Let's just begin on a shelf and see. Cool. Yep. Let's leave it on the shelf. All right. So I'm boosting just a little bit, about 2 dB at 200 hertz, and just not 2 dB at 10. Okay. So you may say that, yeah, it does sound a little louder. Okay. Right. So we want to compensate by bringing this output, by trimming the output level down. So let's check. Bypass. Maybe a bit more. Okay, very cool. Very, very cool. Like the way it's sounding. Let's check it out. Very good. Okay, cool. So very quickly, let's go over to the DI. All right. So the DI track sounds like this. All right. Okay, very, very funny sounding. Okay, same thing. Let's load up the instance of VTMA drums. Okay, so with the DI, I would probably want to EQ it first because I don't want it to hit the amp modeler. Yeah, just shelve everything off. So what I'm going to use over here is this plugin called the Overloud THU from Slate Edition. Right, so if you are, if you are subscribed to the All Access bundle, you get this, amp model, and it's really, and you get this VS virtual amp model for free. It's included in it. So let's go and let's see what we can go through. Let's just go through some of the preset banks, and let's just go with Hey, hello. Sorry, guys, I am back. Let me just get Cubase up and running again for just a second. Sorry again, man. This is the second time this weird thing is happening again. So, um, don't know, man. It could be the strain of having to stream and also mix at the same time. You know, it's probably taking a toll on my old computer. So maybe it's time to upgrade. So in the meantime, let me load back Cubase. Okay, so see, every time, let's see. Okay, let's see whether this webcam still freezes or not. Okay, be back up in 2 minutes, man. Okay, cool. If you got time right now, okay, go and check out the video to Airwaves on Fire. I think the guys have left in the chat their first single, Ride or Die. Go ahead and go and check it out. And when you finish watching that video, all right, leave a like. Go and subscribe to Airwaves on Fire. Go subscribe to their channel. And when you're done checking out their music video, come back here, okay? All right, you're back in like 1 minute, 2 minutes. Okay, just hang on a second. Wait for Cubase to boot up. So, what happened actually was something weird. My power, just to my computer, my PC setup over here, just blinks out for a while. All right, and then I sort of need to restart and switch on my main power supply and my UPS. It's happened again. All right, so I don't know. I don't know, guys. You know, it could be the maybe the UPS is dying because I do run to a UPS. You see, you know, so maybe the UPS battery is dying or something like that, and then sometimes it just like trips out. So this has happened like once during the stream last week as well. Again, I don't know, man. Maybe it's something I need to figure out. Okay. Cool. So it takes a while. Give me a couple of minutes for Cubase to load back up again. Okay, because first instance of it, whenever it loads up, it's scanning. As you can see, it's scanning through all the plugins. So what it's doing is that it's going through all the authorizations. It's checking all the licenses and stuff like that. So in the meantime, maybe I'll sing you a song. Right. Speaking of songs, okay. If you have you already checked out the Ride or Die? Have you already checked out their single? Okay. All right. Speaking of songs, please do check out the rest of the my channel as well. Right after you have checked out Airwaves on Fire's channel, subscribe to them and check out the rest of the content that I have. I've been doing some of these weekly live stream sessions, and then every week and on a Wednesday, I used to do a weekly update plus Q&A. So Q&A session is where, you know, people send in their questions, viewers can send in their questions regarding recording, regarding mixing or anything like that, and I will answer them during in the video. Okay, so cool, it's going through loading the plugins, and we should be back in business in a short while. Cross my heart, hope to die. Okay. Thanks, guys, for still hanging around with me. It's a Friday night, and usually Friday night, you know, it's a party night. We got a lot of stuff to do, but now we're all in quarantine, so you have ended up being stuck with me right here. Thank you very much. Okay, so again, just a reminder for all the new viewers, right? So how this works is that after you've watched this, or even now, you can do so. You can go out to, okay, the link is right there. You can see, right? Patreon.com/studio2105. You can sign up to become a patron. So what it does is that from your pledge, right? You can either start with a monthly pledge of about $3. That's about 12 ringgit. All right, or all the way up to $5 for the mid tier, and the high tier is like a $10 a month. So 50% of all your pledges, all right, will go towards the band. All right, so nowadays it's a way of showing support. You can't go for gigs, you can't buy tickets to the shows. So this is one way that you can support your favorite local band. And of course, right, the rest of the 50%, all right, I'll be honest with you, does go towards, I do keep it because it helps to keep the channel going. It helps me keep on making and producing content, right? So there's going to be lots more stuff. Hopefully I'll put all those new videos up for you guys really soon. Okay, so check it out, patreon.com/studio2105. Okay, so if you are worried, okay, it only you can always just kind of pledge only for 1 month if you want to, all right, and then after that, you know, if you don't want to continue the subscription, you can always opt out of it. That's perfectly fine. But of course, you know, I would really appreciate if you would continue on, you know, your patronage and your subscription lah. Okay, that would be much appreciated. And we're back here. Okay, so. Right, I was talking to you about, oh no, right, UAD plugins disabled. That's not good news. Okay, so what happens is, unfortunately, sometimes, right, sometimes when let's say UAD plugins are disabled, okay, when I restart a computer or something like that, okay, the UAD plugins gets disabled. Okay, so I guess what I'll do is that let's continue the rest of the mix without using the UAD plugins. Okay, there's so many other plugins that we could use as well. So what happens is that the UAD card, like I mentioned, one of the UAD cards starts falling asleep. Okay, for some reason it falls asleep. Okay, so we are back on. We're talking about the DI guitar. So let's solo that again. Okay, so I was about to show you guys THU versus late. Now, usually for this, let's see what I'm gonna go. Let's go for like a high gain model. Let's see what we get. So 2000s new metal rhythm. Yeah, I like that. Is a little bit more scooped. This would be an angle. Randall. I like this one, right? Boosted rectal rhythm. Okay, so this is obviously a model of like a Mesa Boogie triple rectifier. Okay, so let's use this. So for the DI, for all these additional DI tracks, all right, what I sort of do is that I use it, I sort of blend it in. So I blend it in with the mic guitars, with the real guitars. And so let's take a look and see how it sounds. Right. Let's EQ a little bit. So over on these DI guitars, I don't want to use anything fancy. Just use the stock EQ. Bit of like a little bit of a honkiness when you get the palm mutes at about 200. Right, and cool. That's pretty much the main rhythm distortion guitar sound. Let's check it out. Okay, right. So we're gonna quickly bring in the next important element part. All right. So the next, pretty much very important, it will be this guitar riff, this delay guitar riff. Let's solo it. Right, because this is like the highlight. It's the signature riff of the song. So let's do the same thing. All right, gonna apply the same plugins. Right, VCM, VTMA for all of the for all the channels. Check it out. Check it out. Okay, cool. Right. As you can see here in this instance, I already have an instance of the on the delay, the DI track. I already have an instance of the THU, so let's check it out how it sounds. And this is so this is like a Soldano lead with a dotted 8 delay, because that's the kind of thing that we were going for. Okay, cool. So looks like we already said it. So with the digital workflow, all right, nowadays, and because of you are able to always recall your sessions, you save your settings, and every time you open it up, it's going to be exactly the same, right? It's going to be exactly the same way where you left it, right? So what happens is that in the kind of digital workflow nowadays, we sort of mix as we go along. Okay, right, we sort of mix as we go along. So what I mean by that, there's one great benefit of doing so, is that it helps us to commit and arrive at decisions early, right? So let's say the thing is if we sort of treat digital in such a way where you leave all your options open, you leave all these options open, in the end you end up with having so many different options, not knowing where to go or what to do. You end up getting lost in the production. So it helps to adopt a bit of an analog workflow. So commit to a certain sound first. So I always like to do so, like in the case of this delay sound that we have, there's not much I'm going to do. I really just gonna, let's see, just gonna put this into the signal chain, and all of this is going to go to the group. So during the recording sessions already, we already sort of sculpted the sound we want. So nothing much, right? Super, nothing super complicated. Okay, so this one, this guitar, everything like below 300's rolled off. This one, everything above 7.8K, and you get a little bit, you get about like a 3 or 4 dB cut at about 4.5K. So the key thing over here is we have this guy. This is a plate reverb, a lustrous plate. This also comes by Liquid Sonics. This also comes with Slate Digital All Access. All right, it's all included in the bundle. So this is basically what it's doing. Okay, let's bypass it. So you see, the sound that when we recorded it, we already had, we already recorded the guitar part with the necessary delay and effects on it already. So I always, when it comes to guitar, let's commit to the sound. Let's not necessarily leave it to post. Then only we tweak it. It helps, and again, to sort of commit to these certain sounds, because it helps you move the production forward. Because when you already have a certain sound, what comes after that? So when your next tone, what your next sound choices and your production arrangement choices are that follow will also be easier, because you already know what comes before that. So it goes all the way back, to drums. In fact, right up to drums, right? Your choice of your drum sounds, your choice of your snare, your tuning, then your bass guitar sounds, everything before that affects it. So that's why I always prefer, it's a little bit of, it's more of an old school approach, to try and commit to these sounds, because it helps to move and move the production forward. So this is without the EQ, then this is just a bit of with the EQ, with the reverb, sorry. Right? It's just to give it a bit of big ambience behind it. Okay, let's check it out in the context. Okay, just gonna balance it. Okay, once all the guitars come in, the bass and everything comes in. So some of the drum parts, that's why I say don't linger around too much. Some of the drum parts, I go back towards it. I feel that the kick needs to come up a little bit more. Okay, cool. All right, cool. All right, pretty much there. Okay. Okay, let's add this in as usual. Let's sprinkle all the VTM and VCC into the rest of the guitars. Okay, I felt I just needed to scoop out a little bit of 2.5K again. All right, on the main distortion guitars, because just to give the delay guitars a bit more space. Cool. All right. All right, cool. So that's most of the main guitars there already. Okay. All right. The webcam kind of froze a little while just now, right? I think I know what it's happening and how to fix it. Right? I just need to sort of refresh the cache of the webcam. So, right, you should be able to see me again. All right. Okay. Okay. Let's move on now. At this point in time, I would check. I would go into the back to the master, right? So we remember all of the processing that I have on the master bus, what everything does. So let's go back to it. All right. So the AUC's AUQ. Okay. Now I will sort of probably bring this back up. So the earth range is like the everything that's down, below 60, 70. It's a very, very gentle curve, very, very gentle shelf. Same goes with the air band over here, just like very, very gentle. It's like 1 dB, 1 dB, yeah, just a 1 dB, right? So it just gives a little bit of a smiley curvy Q. So let me just bring that back up again. Here we go. All right. Okay. Cool. Man, this webcam thing is right. Not behaving. Okay. Cool. So back to the next thing, which is the Wave C4. So once I get to this stage where I have most of the main mix elements in there, this is where I start, working around with the master bus processing. So what Wave C4 does is that it's a preset, all right. So this is called the multi-opto mastering. So what it does that this is a very, very gentle setting. That the function of having this Wave C4 is just so that if there's any particular frequency band, be it the low, the mid, low mids, high mids, usually it's these 4 bands, you see. If there's any particular that jumps out too much, is a little bit too harsh or something like that, it will just help to sort of tame it down a little bit. So let's play around with it and let's see. right? Let's just bring it down. So I just want to see it just dancing a tiny touch. Okay, so you can see it's just barely moving, right? It's just barely moving. In fact, maybe just a little bit higher. Right, so that helps to sort of tame any sort of frequency band which is like, misbehaving. Okay, now the next thing I want to move to is the virtual bus compressors. So what I employ is I actually have a chain of these. I've chained all these kind of tree together. So what gonna do is that each of these compressors I'm just gonna do a tiny touch, not more than 1 dB of compression each, right? So each of them just going to do a little bit of of that overall compression on the master. So let's go around. Let's play again with the chorus. See again, not too much, right? Just a little bit. Let's bypass without. Yep, okay, so cool. It does add a bit of volume, right? And going through all these different models of bus compressors gives a little bit of character as well. Like especially this one, the FG Mu. This is a variable mu compressor. It's a model of a Fairchild. So all of it adds a little bit of color to the mix as well. And the thing is, it just adds something, it adds a little bit of density, it adds a little bit of energy to the entire mix. And then if I bypass it, the whole mix just kind of loses that oomph there. So let's have that on. So let's go to the next one. I sort of explained it before very quickly. I'll just go very quickly. So this is a custom series lift EQ. It's doing a similar thing, but maybe on slightly different frequency band. So this is a present boost, just on the 1, all right? And this is not dB, by the way. This is their own scale, so it's, again, very subtle. So this is the big setting. It's like at about 0.5. Revival is like an exciter, like a harmonic enhancer. I don't use it that much. It's only maybe on certain mixes or certain material that needs the help. It adds a bit of shimmer. It can bring a bit of life, a bit of sparkle back into a mix, and then thickness here adds again a little bit of density, right? This guy FG Bomber, it's a dynamics processor. Again, it does something really special. It does a combination of like expansion, parallel processing. It's one of those plugins which how it works behind it is a little bit of mystery, but the important thing is how you work and how it sounds. So FG Bomber, all right, I have this in here. Trimmer is just a volume trim control. It does nothing. It just passes audio through it. I can turn it off. I don't really need it. And the last one thing I have here is the virtual mix bus, again emulating the signal flow of an analog console, US API setting. Okay, cool. And last one I showed you already, virtual tape machine. Now the only difference is that if it's the last, if it's on the master bus, what I do is that I have this at 30 inch per second. So 30 IPS means that the tape spins at a much faster rate. It's twice as fast. So what it does is that this gives you a much higher frequency, much wider frequency response. So a lot more top end, a lot more highs when you use this setting. Okay, same thing as well. When it's on the mix bus, on the master, I use the 1/2 inch two track and the FG9 setting. Okay, so let's just leave it at that. Again, right? All this is very, very subtle. I don't really want to overdrive it or anything to get that sort of distortion or something like that. It's just to add a tiny, tiny, very, very subtle touch of character to it. Okay, cool. So that's the master. So next thing, all right, I'm gonna go to is the very, very and probably the most important thing in the song, vocals, right? So vocal is king because that's where the listener, is going to attach their and pay their attention to is the vocal. So let's take a look. So this has already been comped, already been edited. So how I do my vocal processing, all right, I approach it from, there's two stages basically to it. Okay, so the first stage, the first half, is what I call the corrective processing. All right, so corrective here means that we take a look and we try to see if there are any problems, any kind of problem areas, any sort of ugliness that we want to sort of deal with, that we want to get rid of. So it helps. Okay, let's check it out. Okay, la da da. Okay, let's go to, yeah, no, down here, this channel. All right, so it's on this track, the lead vocal track. This is the processing that I have. Let's quickly run through it. Okay, so we've got TDR Nova. Okay, a good friend TDR Nova again. Right, so looks like I already had it at about 100 hertz high pass filter, 12 dB per octave, which is a little bit more gentle. So let's just solo the vocal. Let's check it out. This is Jian's vocal.
Cross my heart and hope to die.
Let me turn off all the.
Stick a needle in my eye.
Okay, let me turn out all the effects first.
Cross my heart and hope to die. Cut my lifelines, bleed me dry.
Sweet. Okay. All right.
My heart and hope to die.
Okay, so I'm hearing a couple of things. All right, a little bit of minor resonances. So again, TDR Nova is awesome. It's a fantastic tool. Oh, by the way, I didn't mention this is free. So if you go to Tokyo Dawn website, right, TDR, just do a search, Google search for TDR Nova, right, and you will find this plugin. This version, the standard edition, is totally free of charge and very, very awesome, right? Because you got 4 bands of EQ to play with. So okay, let's get back to it. Let's solo.
Stick a needle in my eye. Cross my heart and hope to die.
At about 950, 960. Got a little bit of that peakiness over there. All right. So let's bring it down.
Cut my lifelines, bleed me dry. My heart and hope to die. Stick a needle in my eye.
It looks like a lot, okay, but the important thing is let's use our ears, right, and see how it sounds like.
Cross my heart and hope to die. Cut my lifelines, bleed me dry.
Let's cycle that again.
Heart and hope to die. Stick a needle in my eye.
Okay, we've got a little bit of a peak
Cross my heart and hope to die.
at about 5K. All right, okay. It might be pretty loud for you guys if you're listening on headphones, okay, when you're hearing those peaks. So I do apologize, all right? So let's do this. So this one probably a little bit wider Q, right? And not as much, just very, very gentle.
Cross my heart and hope to die. Stick a needle in my eye.
So it just helps to tuck down that little bit of that peakiness at about 4.9K. All right, especially most singers, whenever they sing loud, all right, when they get to a higher register or they sing a louder part, usually some of these peaks will be there. So this helps to just, the dynamic EQ helps to just bring it down, tone it down only right at those spots and those moments. Okay, let's check it out.
Cross my heart and hope to die. Cut my lifeline, bleed me dry. Little birdie stopped on by and twisted words into a lie. Well, if I may, and if I might, my
Okay, I'm gonna mute the delay guitar first and just focus on the vocal and the music.
ears are open for tonight. I'll hear you out to clear all doubt. Cheers to you.
Okay, cool. Okay, the vocal is kind of split into two, so let's apply the same processing as well. Hold on, my color coding is a bit off. Okay, let's solo this.
A little birdie stopped on by.
Okay, cool. So the next thing, similarly, I have the virtual tape machine here, and then the virtual mix rack as well. Okay, so slightly different on vocals. Instead of the 1073 model, instead of FD73, I put in the Hollywood Virtual Tube Collection. So this one gives a little bit more character, just a little bit more tube saturation to it. So let's just listen to it and see how it sounds.
A little birdie stopped on by and twisted words into a lie. Well, if I may, and if I might, my ears are open for tonight.
Okay, cool. All right. Just bring it up a little bit more and see. All right.
A little birdie stopped on by and twisted words into a lie. Well, if I may, and if I might, my ears are open for tonight.
Great, good. All right. Just helps to give a little bit more body to it. All right. Makes it a little bit fatter. Hence the name, vocal fattener. Okay, the next thing I have will be FG Stress. So this is a model of a Empirical Labs stressor. So what I have this, right, is on a parallel nuke setting. So this, what I love to do, all right, on vocals, and I pretty much do it on almost every vocal, is parallel processing. So parallel processing, all right, just to briefly explain what it is. It's taking two signals. You have taken one, which is the uncompressed signal. You make a copy of it, all right, and on the copy, you run it through, you compress it very, very hard. So, so either you put it through a compressor at a very high ratio, or you put it through a limiter or something like that. So you have one which is uncompressed, and you have another which is super, super densely compressed, like super hyper compressed. And then you blend the two in, right? So this is kind of a very, very, to me, it's a cheat. It's like cheating. It's like doing a shortcut. Because it's a very, very transparent form of compression. You have that super compressed signal, which is very consistent, very steady. It's fat, but you still have a little bit of that natural dynamics from the uncompressed vocal. So it's like best of both worlds, right? So you combine and you blend it. So this setting is cool, right? In the past, I usually have to split the track into two, duplicate it. But nowadays, with this plugin, all right, with a lot of plugins nowadays, you can do, using the mix knob in here, you can do parallel processing. So, 50%, 50-50. So let's check it out, okay?
A little birdie stopped on by
So this is 100%.
and twisted words into a lie. Well, if I may, and if I might, my ears are open for tonight.
Let's see. Kind of like it at about
Little birdie stopped on by and twisted words.
about 35%, okay? 35% is pretty good. Okay, cool. So next thing here is the good old Waves sibilant. This is by Waves. So this is a de-esser. So let's check it out, all right? So this helps to sort of cut out all the excessive sibilants.
A
Right?
little birdie stopped on by and twisted words into a lie. Well, if I may.
So you see, it's only triggering and bringing down and cutting all the excessive S's.
And
Now you do not want to overdo this because it will start sounding like the vocalist has a lisp, right? If you overdo this,
and if I might, my ears are open for tonight.
right? That's a little bit too much, okay? So let's go back to where we were, about 24. Yeah. Minus 24. So it just helps control some of the excessive sibilants. Okay, now the next thing I have is another very popular compressor. It's called Waves Renaissance compressor. So what this guy is gonna do is gonna be very, very super subtle as well. So
a little birdie stopped on by and twisted words into a lie. Well, if I may.
let's fast forward to.
No one needs your good intentions. No one needs your expectations. No one needs your impositions. Cross my heart now.
All right, cool. Since you can see, it's not doing a lot. All right, it's just a tiny touch catching some of the loudest peaks. Right, so it's not even more than 0.9 dB of compression. Very, very, very subtle. Just a little touch. Okay, let me just copy these settings over. All right. So because there's actually two tracks over here. Let's listen to it.
Box is cold as your stone heart. No one needs your good intentions. No one needs your expectations. Needs your impositions. Cross my heart now. Don't you rain on my parade.
Okay. I just felt that I need to add in a little bit of reverb back into the snare, right? So sometimes you see me, I would kind of jump back and forth because if I feel that something needs something, you might as well address it and do it right away, okay? So just a bit of reverb on the snare.
Out alive or dead. A glass diamond, this world's to you. 'Cause all you do, I see right through. You stand so proud, flames in your crown. But does it burn? Oh, does it burn? Sex and smoke and rock and roll.
Okay, very cool. So let's concentrate again back on the chorus, right? So on the choruses, all right, I usually will, when I record, I'll always get the vocals to, I'll always double the choruses, all right? So again, this is to give an impression of size. You want to, make the, the vocal in the verse this particular size, and when it gets to the chorus, you want it to be bigger. You want everything to be dynamically much more impactful. You want the hook to kick in with a little bit more impact, a little bit more dynamics. Right, so let's do this now. For doubles and all that, I use a slightly simpler chain. I still do the parallel processing thing, right? But it's much more simpler, so I don't have to the TR Nova and all the additional DSOs and all that. So it's a lot more simpler. So let's check it out. What is it doing? All right.
No one needs your good intentions. No one needs
Okay, with the doubles, I don't need all the super low end.
your expectations. No one needs your impositions.
So don't really need all that top end.
Cross my heart now. Needs your good intentions. No one needs your expectations. No one needs your impositions.
Okay, so the similar thing, because it's same vocalist, same mic, same room, so you get the similar, this is the same kind of resonances and rings.
No one needs your good intentions. No one needs your expectations. No one needs your impositions. It's your good intentions. No one needs your expectations. No one needs your impositions. Cross my heart now.
Bit of that honkiness, about 700.
It's your good intentions.
Okay, cool. Let's copy the setting over to this guy. So I have the pan. I've panned both just slightly to the left and slightly to the right. So there are different ways of approaching it, all right, of approaching this kind of mixing these doubles in. So you can either mix it in to make it really obvious that it's been doubled, or you can be a little bit more subtle, you know, so you get more of a thickening kind of effect, okay? So let's do it.
No one needs your good intentions. No one needs your expectations. No one needs your impositions.
So okay, so this is I like it in this case. In this case of like a rock band, so you you want it to be a little bit more subtle. You want the doubles to more of sort of blend, and you want to give the impression of the vocal being slightly bigger, slightly wider, a little bit more thicker, right? You don't want it to sound like an obvious double, right? Because that will kind of be like, you know, you start sounding like a boy band already. Like you can hear like this. Oh, there's like, you know, 3 or 4 different clearly distinct vocals going on. So in this case, I just want it to be a little bit subtle, okay? So let's blend it in, see how it's...
No one needs your good intentions. No one needs your expectations. No one needs your impositions. Cross my heart now. Don't
Okay, cool. Right, so going into the chorus, let's copy the settings over. So these are the doubles in the chorus. Okay, one thing you sort of note in the chorus, I panned this slightly wider, okay, because that was the pre-chorus. So when it gets to the chorus, it's slightly wider. So pre-chorus, I had it at left and right 30, and the chorus I had it at 50. So again, dynamics. You see, you want everything to be smaller. Pre-chorus builds a little bit bigger, then chorus, bam, a little bit wider. Okay, let's check it out.
you rain on my parade.
Not today.
I'll take you out alive or dead.
Okay, very cool. Okay, so we are now, before we go into the this is all the corrective EQ, all right? These are all the corrective processing. So the next stage of dealing with the vocals is what I call the creative processing. Okay, so corrective first, right? Sort out all the problem issues. Make sure you know everything's nicely trimmed. All the rough edges are all polished out. Then we can get a little bit more creative. Okay, so before we do that, I'm just going to show you something. Okay, now this is what I call the vocal thickening trick. All right, so it's not something that I invented. Like, I know it's something that you can always Google, and it's been showcased a lot on other videos as well. But it's basically, all right, basically trying to emulate a particular setting of one of the very old effects and famous effects units. You know, the one of the Eventide H3000 processors, right? So there's some particular preset there that helps you to thicken a vocal. You want to make it a little bit more thicker, all right? So the ways of doing it, there are many ways of doing it, right? Many ways of thickening something. You can use chorus, right? You can use a chorus effect. You can use delays. You can use flangers. You can use modulations. Different sort of things. But the method which I'm kind of gonna show you now is using a doubler, all right? So let me just go to the effects channel. Okay, let's go to all the effects, and this one, doubler here. So doubler is basically like a double tracker. What it does, it splits the vocal in and generates additional, two or more additional voices. Hence, it's why it's called a doubler. Right, so it's a combination. It's like pitch shifting, it's modulation. You can detune and you can add some modulation to the additional 2 voices. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, let's go for the basic, all right, doubler full reset. All right, so this is like the default setting. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the vocal. All right, let's go to the lead vocal track. Let's leave everything at unison. And we are gonna send it to the doubler. Right, remember to do it for this guy as well. Send it to the doubler. Okay, so now the doubler, all right, okay, is gonna be, oh no, why isn't this going to the doubler? Okay, doubler, there we go. Yes, that's good. So you see, these two, when I engage a solo on it, both of these are gonna go to doubler. So how is it gonna sound like? Let's check it out.
one needs your good intentions, no one needs your expectations.
So you see, it's like a kind of a chorus, effect. Okay, so one important thing when we are doing this, all right, is that we want to bypass all the master processing, because you do not want to be processing it double, running it twice through all that. It's going to overemphasize all the the frequencies and the EQ. So turn off all the master processing first. So what we're going to do is we're going to bounce, right, run, export and print the doubler effect, right, through the for the vocals through the doubler effect. Okay. Now, first thing that I'm going to do is, let me show you here. Okay, some of it you can't see it because I'm doing it off screen. Okay, so let's go back to the doubler 2 stereo. So the first one, what I want to do is I want to look at this detune. Okay, right. So let's put it to +3 and -3. Okay, so +3 and -3. All right, so it basically means that, right, the voice on the left, right, it's going to be pitch shifted up by 3 cents, whilst the ones on the right, okay, now for you when you're looking to the camera, left and right is different. Okay, all right, it's going to be down at -3. So let's see, let's highlight this, make sure this is where we want to bounce and where we want to export.
Cross my heart and hope to die. Stick a need.
Okay, cool. So that's exactly what we want. Okay, so now we're going to export this. Let me bring this over there. Make sure that we are exporting to the, where is it? There we go. Doubler, right? We are going to selecting so that it's only going to be exporting out from the doubler effect. Let's put the file name, okay? Doubler +3. So make sure your sample rate, bit depth is all correct, left, right channels, and we want to create an audio track and insert it back in the pool, right? So we don't just want to export it into a folder. We want to export and then re-import it back as an audio track. So let's do this. Let's export the audio. Okay. So in the meantime, let me just hang out and see what's going on in the chat, man. Thanks again, guys, for sticking around. Okay. Remember, do head on down to subscribe to the channel. Okay. It'll help the channel grow. Thanks for hanging out, and do check out the Patreon page. Okay. UAD plugins have been disabled. Let's ignore that. Okay, let's ignore that. Maybe we can. Okay, it's gonna run in the background, so let it go first. Check out the Patreon page, right? So we really do appreciate if you can check it out and support the channel that way. That helps me and helps us to keep on doing these episodes every week. And not only that, it's also going to be channeled. 50% of your contribution and of your monthly pledges is going to go in support of the band as well. Okay, so while this bounces, let's see. All right. Okay. So let me just look through all the questions. Okay. Hello, Benson. Thanks for joining us, man. All right. Okay. Let me scroll back up all to the comments first. Hello Benson, hello Wish, hi Abdul Salam. Who else is there? Zin Norain, hello. Thanks for joining us. If you're still there, Yong Xian. Leslie, hi Leslie. And who else is there? Puchong Music Lover. Wow, okay, man. Shout out to Puchong. Okay. Will won the gig live. Okay, cool. What a banger. Yep, indeed, man. So when the song comes out, right, do check it out. Okay. Who else is hanging out in the chat session? Zane? Is that how I pronounce Zane? How? Okay, that's how I pronounce. Sorry if I'm like totally butchering your name. And hey, Zach, thanks for joining in, man. I don't know whether you're still here because this chat is like is the looking at the timestamp of this chat is like 9:40. Okay, let me disable this first. Okay, cool. Hang on a second here. Let me just disable some of this. Let's look at the bass. Is this active? Okay, cool. Right. Probably I don't need that a reverb, so I disable the EMT. All right. So now, as you can see, right, the doubler has already been bounced down. So this is +3. Okay. So I'm gonna repeat the process. All right. 3 more times. Okay. 3 more times. Now the second time around. Okay. I'm going to adjust and change the detune settings. So now this time around, instead of +3, I'm going to bring this down to -6. Okay, and this one on the right, I'm going to bring it up to +6. Now, the reason why you want to alternate between the positive and minus values is because if you don't want like one side to be all sharp, right, and then the other side to be all flat. That would sound really, really weird. So that's why every time you bounce a different run through a different pass through, you switch it up. Sharp, flat, flat, sharp, the other way around. Okay, let's do the same thing again. So now it would be -6. Okay. All right. So thanks for hanging out, man. We're like coming up to like 3 hours already. All right. I really appreciate if you're still hanging out and chilling out here. I don't know because we got a lot of tracks on this song, so it might take a while. If you can hang out all this while, it'll be super cool. Okay, so for those of our Muslim friends who are viewing, right? Selamat berpuasa. Maybe we can hang out here all the way until sahur time. Yeah. Okay, let me just check out what else is in the chat. Right, Angilin. Hi. Skies are red. I wonder who's that. All right. Joshua. Who's Joshua? Oh, hey, hi, Joshua. Oh, hey, Mystical Mirage. The band is here as well. Okay, thanks, man. All right. Hey, looks like there's quite a lot of stuff going in it. Okay, 30 seconds more to this. All right, I just got a message from. Okay. So some of the questions is going here. What else is coming up? Okay, so all right, so I can sort of review this next week. Right, next week's episode on MixStream is gonna feature one of the most hardworking and bands in the English scene that's been around for a very, very, very long time, and that's an honest mistake. Okay, next week is gonna be HM. They have a new single already done and already in the works. There's an interesting story of that as well, which we'll probably tell and share with you next week. So do come on next week to check out the mix stream featuring AHM's and Honest Mistakes new single. And the week following that, I've got another band. It's a cool kind of like a alternative rock band from JB, a little bit more raw, alternative indie, yeah, indie kind of a sound, right? So do check it out. Those are what we have for the following episodes. Okay, let's go. Let's two more to go. So now we are doing +9 and -9. All right. Very, 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 very cool. Estimated time remaining 1 minute 50 seconds. Right. Hey, Chris. Thanks for still hanging out around with me, man. Chris is from Eyes and Ears Productions. Represent Sabah all the way in KK. Coffee helps to sustain the late nights. All right, 1 minute remaining. So, how are you guys spending your quarantine? So we've got until May 12th. Just let me know, man. What? How are you guys quarantine spending the quarantine time? Like for me, as you can see, I've been keeping myself busy. Obviously, I am pretty fortunate that I live pretty near, and probably shouldn't be saying this. Technically, I should not be here. Okay, right? But what I do is obviously, there's no one else in the studio around with me, and obviously I keep as much of my social distancing as possible. But technically, I should not be here in the studio, but I do get in, because it's always on the way to do some grocery shopping all the time. And obviously I don't avoid the times. I'm not traveling out when it's like late at night or something like that. I spend a lot of my time in here, so that's how it is. Okay, cool. All right, I shouldn't have said too much. All right. Okay, all right. Anything I said or do can and will be used against me in a court of law. Oh no, what have I done? Okay, cool. Last one would be -12 and +12. And here we go. Let's export audio. What other nutrition is essential for late night mixing? To be honest, I've been on intermittent fasting for probably at least 6 months now, probably, and cut out all forms of excess sugar. So it's been water, and then unfortunately there is some sugar in some of the 3-in-1 coffee that I make here. All right, but in almost every other circumstance when I'm drinking tea or anything, it's always been green tea instead of teh tarik. So just getting rid of sugar and intermittent fasting, man. So I've been managing to do like a 18/6, which is like 18 hours without food, and then 6 hours with food. So um, pretty good. I think it's working. It's working some results because I can fit back into some of the old pairs of jeans which I used to wear like 10 years ago. So maybe that's working, man. Uh, Yep. So no sugar, no, no sugar. Just cutting out all the carbs. If all this was tied in with exercise, I'd probably be, in another 6 months, I would probably be like jacked up. But that's not my goal. Okay, so that's kind of really help. It helps to keep the energy, just avoiding all that excess carbs and sugar, just because when you get the sugar rush that's from all the glucose and the starch, it gives you that brief rush. You get the energy, but then the drop after that, your energy level just falls. So just getting off all that sugar and carb, just it's for the long term, it's actually so much better. Well, take care, man. Penampang area, well, the roadblocks. Um, Obviously, there are certain areas. KL, Klang Valley is a lot bigger. All right, than let's say other towns and all that. So I would not want to say it's impossible. The police can't really block every single road. So out of my area, there's usually at least 3 or 4 alternative paths to sort of get out from my house. You see, so anyway, the route that I take from my house to the studio is kind of like a low yield, right? Low benefit, low yield place to put a checkpoint, because it's only traffic flow towards one direction. Anyway, I digress. Let's get back towards the mixing, man. All right. So as you can see, I've bounced 4. Now you can always do a little bit more if you want to. Let's solo it and see how they sound like in solo. Okay, so you see they should all have this very cool chorusing, pitch shifting effect.
Cross my heart and hope to die. Stick a needle in my eye.
Okay, that sounds like the lead vocal still on. Is that right? Okay, so you see, all of these very very subtle pitch differences. You probably don't want to do more than 4, because when you start getting to -15, -18, it starts to sound like it's out of tune. So you get to a certain point where you get diminishing returns lah. Okay, so let's bring this back up. So what's gonna happen with these guys is that this is gonna be blended in with the lead vocal. So let's remember to route this back into my lead vocal mix group. Yada da, lead vocal, and let's see. Okay, let me just do a little bit of EQ on this first. Again.
My heart and hope to die.
Okay, again, don't want all the top end, don't want all the super lows. Let's.
Stick a needle.
All right, let's get rid of that same ringiness at 5K.
Needle in my eye.
And about 1.
Cross my heart and
So yep, similar, right? Similar frequency points. So let's just duplicate these settings over to these guys, and gonna blend it in. Okay, let's link it, and so it's gonna blend into the lead vocal group. Yep. Okay, cool. Let's see how it sounds like.
A little birdie stopped on by and twisted words into a lie. Well, if I may, and if I might, my ears are open for tonight. I'll hear you out to clear all doubt. Cheers to your poison on the rocks, as cold as your stone heart.
So what I want to do is I just want to make it very, very subtle, okay?
A little birdie stopped on by and twisted words into a lie. Well, if I may, and if I might, my ears are open for tonight. I'll hear you out to clear all doubt. Cheers to your poison on the rocks, as cold as your stone heart. No one needs your good intentions. No one needs your expectations. No one needs your impositions. Cross my heart now. Don't you rain on my parade. I'll take you out alive or dead.
Okay, let's bring it down again. It seems a little loud for all of a sudden. Let me just check and see what's going on. Okay, let's bring it down again.
Little birdie stopped on by and twisted words into a lie. Well, if I may, and if I might, my ears are open for tonight. I'll hear you out to clear all doubt. Cheers to your poison on the rocks, as cold as your stone heart. Your good intentions. No one needs your expectations. No one needs your impositions.
Okay, cool. All right, let's go back. Excuse me. Let's head on to the vocal.
Cross my heart now.
Okay, now I'm gonna go back to what we call the creative processing aspect. Okay, so I sort of worked out all the kinks, all the ironed out all the weirdness, all the harshness. So let's check it out. So first thing I want to start with is let's same thing. Let's work on the chorus.
Needs your good intentions. No one needs your expectations. No one needs imposition. Cross my heart now. Don't you rain on my parade. I'll take you out alive.
All right, hang on a second. Okay, so because my UAD cards have fallen asleep, let's not use this then. Okay, let's take it out. Let me just bypass all of this. Let's disengage the EQ. Let's disengage and switch it off. Right, because what it does is when the UAD processor load starts speaking, it starts to glitch. Okay, cool. So what can we do? Okay, so let's go for another one. All right, so let's go for another 1176. All right, so in this case, I'll have the Purple Audio MC77, which is their version of the 1176. Let's check it out. So we're gonna do the same thing. 4:1 ratio. Okay. The release. Let's put it faster. Attack. I want it to be like slow as possible. Slow as possible. Right? Because we're not here to sort of kill the transients anymore of the vocal. So let's check it out and see how it sounds.
No one good intentions. No one needs your expectations. No one needs your impositions. Cross my heart now. Don't you rain on my parade. I'll take you out alive or dead. No one needs your good intentions. No one needs your expectations. No one needs your impositions.
Let me just sort by gain again.
Intentions. No
Check it out.
No one needs your good intentions. No one needs your expectations. No one needs your impositions. Cross my heart now. Don't you rain on my parade.
Check it out.
I'll take you out alive or dead. No one needs your good intentions. No one needs your expectations.
I
No
pass.
one needs your impositions. Cross my heart now. Don't you rain on my parade.
Try a little
I'll
bit.
take you out alive or dead. No one needs your good intentions. No one needs your expectations. No one needs your impositions. Cross my heart now. Don't you rain. No one needs your intentions. No one needs your expectations. No one needs your impositions.
All right. Okay, so this just helps to really place and set the vocal in the mix, all right? Loud and proud in front of everything else. Okay, so it's a little bit loud right now, but you gotta bear in mind all the other guitars are not in your right now. Okay, let's bring in this pull text, see whether does it behave nicely. Okay, cool. It still does. Okay, so I like to set the compressor settings first. I like kind of work on the compressions first. Then only I sort of EQ into the compressor. It's hard to explain, right? Because when I start pushing, some of these different frequencies, then the compressor starts to react a little bit differently as well. So how it sounds. Let's bring down. Let's set everything, the bandwidth. Okay, first things first. I might want to attenuate, take off a little bit of that super top end.
Cross my heart now. Don't you rain on my parade. I'll take you out alive or dead. No one needs your good intentions. No one needs your expectations. No one needs your impositions.
Okay, right. Obviously, the EQ is going to make it a little bit louder, all right? So I think I need a little bit of this. Let's check it.
Cross my heart now. Don't you rain on my parade.
Same, all right? So sometimes you will need a little bit of EQ before, and then sometimes post-compression you can always EQ as well, all right? So there's always a question of do you EQ before compress, or you compress before EQ? It's both. You can always do it both ways. See and work and see which one works better, right? So there's always a different situation applies for the different need, right? So obviously, if you don't want your EQ to affect the compression, right, you compress first, then EQ, right? But if you want your EQ settings to, you want your compressor to respond to how you change your EQ, then you put the EQ before it, and then, or in this situation, it's both. I've EQ both before and also after the compression, and in anywhere in between. So let's see. I'm gonna need to bring in our good friend TDR.
I'll take you out alive or dead. No one needs your good intentions. No one needs your expectations. No one needs your impositions. Cross my needs your good intentions. No one needs your expectations. No one needs your impositions. Cross my heart now. Don't you rain on my parade.
880. Some guys something here is at 8.
Needs your good intentions. No one needs your expectations. No one needs your impositions.
So this is without process.
Cross my heart now. Don't you rain on my parade.
Yeah, just a little bit more thicker, more denseness, more energy inside in the vocal. All right, might need a little bit of DSR.
I'll take you out alive or dead. No one needs your good intentions. No one needs.
Okay, there's a little bit of low end leak inside the vocals. So let me try and get rid.
Needs your expectations, no one needs your impositions.
Okay, cool. Yeah, very, very cool.
Cross my heart now, don't you rain on my parade. I'll take you out alive or dead. Own heart. No one needs your good intentions, no one needs your expectations, no one needs your impositions. Cross my heart now, don't you rain on my parade.
All right, cool. All right, I'm liking where it's going. Okay, so now I want to bring in a little bit of effects. Okay, so let's actually hang on before I move on to effects. Let's go on. There's one more thing I want to do, and that is with the vocal rider. So similarly, what I showed you with bass rider, vocal rider does the same thing, but it's tuned more towards vocal frequencies. Okay, so it is it's something that's more dedicated to respond and react to vocals. So same thing. All right, let's set the range. I want to bring this up to, again, maybe a 6 dB range, and smooth right. Sensitivity at 0, which is a default setting, and again slow, right? Slow sensitivity. Let's bring it to the verse.
A little birdie stopped on by and twisted words into a lie. Well, if I may, and if I might, my ears are open for tonight.
Okay, all right. So generally, you can see at this target level, all right, it's pushing it up because the verses are softer than the choruses. But let's see. So I need to compensate by bringing the output down. So bring it.
I'll hear you out to clear all doubt. Cheers to your poison on the rocks, as cold as your stone heart.
So 2 dB. So bring it down about 2.
No one needs your good intentions, no one needs your expectations, no one needs your impositions.
All right. So what I'm treating this is, again, I'm using this as a very, very subtle compressor again, just to even out some more of and really make the vocal just really, really sit there. Later on, I'll usually tweak this a little bit further when we go into the automation, right? Okay, cool. The next thing would be the effects, like I mentioned. So first things first, right? What I like to do is I like to always make it sound as if the vocals been recorded in a nice, very, very expensive studio room, you see. So one of the ways that I do that is that I use a sort of you can either use like a room emulation or something like that, or a reverb with a room setting. But what I do is I use a delay. Okay, so this is the Wave Super Tap, right? I use a 2-tap version because that's all I need, right? So this is it's a setting which I've set, right? So what it does is it gives a quick early room reflection sound to it. So there's no feedback because you do not want repeated, delay tails from this. You just want one single reflection, right? As if you are sitting inside a room. And I have a low pass at 1.5K. So everything above 1.5K is being rolled off. Okay. So how it sounds is like this.
Little birdie stopped on by and twisted words into a lie. Well, if I may, and if I might.
All right. So this is, of course, I'm exaggerating it so you can hear how it sounds. So we want to put it at just the level where you can it's just perceptible. You can just hear it. Well, you can just hear it.
My ears are open for tonight. I'll hear you out to clear all doubt. Cheers to your poison on the rocks, as cold as your stone heart.
Okay, cool, right? That's all we need. Just to give it a bit of dimension, right? So it has a bit of depth to it. So next thing I would love to add would be a good old mono delay. So this is set to 8 notes, right? Let's set the ducking mode. So what ducking does is that when the voice is there, it ducks the level of delay down, and then when the voice stops, right, it brings the level of the delay back up again. So it's very useful, so it does not muddy up the vocal. So let's see. Let's just add a tiny touch. So
no one needs your good intentions. No one needs your expectations. No one needs your imposition.
Okay, cool. Right. I'm still hearing a little bit of that low end. Let me just, I can zoom in. Sometimes all this compression will sort of bring in all these kind of artifacts up. So sometimes just a good old EQ will deal with it.
Little birdie stopped on by and twisted words into a lie. Well, if I may and if I might, my ears are open for tonight. I'll hear you out.
Yeah, I'll slightly just below 100.
Out to clear all doubt. Cheers to your poison on the rocks. As cold as your stone heart.
All right, cool. Vocal is sitting really, really nicely right now. Okay, so one more thing. Let's add this baby over here. This is a stereo delay. So it's the same delay, right? The Brainworks BX delay, right? But instead of a 8th note, this is now at a quarter note setting. I've offset it. So what the offset does is that, you know, it slightly alters the time difference between the two delay paths, all right? So between the left and the right. Okay, and so what you're gonna get is probably something like
Intentions, no one needs your expectations. No one needs your impositions. Cross my heart now. Don't you rain on my parade.
there we go. Let's put the ducking on.
I'll take you out alive or dead. A little birdie stopped on by.
Okay, probably well, we can increase the feedback just a little bit. Okay, let's see how it sounds.
Birds into a light. Well, if stone heart.
So what I've done is I've automated this so that the stereo delay kicks in during the pre-chorus and the chorus. So again, we're talking about building dynamics inside the mix, you see. So verses will be more of a mono delay, right? Everything's more in the mono, and then when the chorus kicks in, you know, everything's bigger, wider, a little bit more exciting. That's what we want to do. Okay, so let's check it out.
Needs your good intentions. No one needs
A bit more.
your expectations. No one needs your impositions. Cross my heart now. Don't you rain on my parade. I'll take you out alive or dead. A little birdie stopped on by.
Okay, very cool. All right. Okay, next thing, let's move on to what's next in the chorus. Okay, so there's this little fill thing.
Not today, not today. Walk away, walk away.
Okay, let's check it out and see what is this guy doing. All right. Okay, so these are fills, and let's see what else is happening here. Okay, let's check it out.
You rain on my parade. Not today, not today. I'll take you out alive or dead. Walk away.
Okay, very cool. So these are almost like these vocal fills, right? Little call and response thingies. So at this point in time, looks like I already have some processing on it already. So same thing, you know, it's going through the same parallel processing thing that I have. Okay, but this time I'm running it through the Sound Toys little plate. It's a little plate reverb, super simple to use. So what it's gonna be doing is, let's take a listen to what it's doing here. Okay.
Not today, not today.
right? Yeah, because the one is to be slightly different tonally to the main vocal, right? So it's a slightly different tone to it. Let me just EQ it a little bit, because
Not today, not today.
let's
Today, not 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 today.
say it about 900. You got a little bit of ringing there.
Not today, 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 not today.
Okay, let's copy the setting over to this fill. Okay, let's see how it goes.
Cross my heart now. Don't you rain on my parade. Not today. I'll take you out alive or dead. Walk away. Walk away.
Okay, similarly, I want to sort of spread this out a little tiny touch.
Today, not today. I'll take you out alive or dead. Walk away. Walk away.
All right, cool. So this one here, this part is also double an octave lower. So let's just check it out and see. Same thing, vocal parallel.
Today, not today.
Okay, and I've sort of gone and put this little kind of a phone effect filter on, but I just want to bring in a little bit more of the low end back in, so it's not too thin sounding.
Not today, not today, not today, not today, not today, not today.
And a bit of that
not today.
high end back in. All right, so it's not too. This one, no reverb on it because it's a lower one. So because again, I don't want in this case, I don't want the reverb to I don't want it to muddy up too much. So let's take a look, listen, and see how it goes.
My heart now. Don't you rain on my parade. Not today, 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 not today. I'll take you out alive or dead. Walk away, walk away.
Okay, cool. I think what I want to do is I want to send these guys to a group as well, right? And I have one here which is called the BV mix. And the reason why is I'm going to sort of want to treat it the same way as some of the other backing vocals. Okay, so where are we right now? Okay, let's bring in a little bit of
To rain on my parade.
okay, cool. So the BV mix is muted. Let's mute all this first.
Today, cross my heart now. Don't you rain on my parade. Not today, not today.
Okay, cool. Let's okay, I have something which I usually process for backing vocals, but let's see, is my UAD gonna crap out when I put this in or not, okay? So this is sending a group, good old LE2A, super simple, just a little bit of compression to the overall
Walk away, walk away.
tiny bit, yeah?
Not today, not today. I'll take you out alive or dead. Walk away.
I think I'm gonna spread the high fields a little bit wider and bring the low ones in a little bit more to the center, right?
On my parade. Not today, not today.
Okay, I want to give it a bit more ambience. Let's send it to the stereo delay. Delay, 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 delay.
Don't you rain on my... Not today, not today. Walk away, walk away. Day, not today.
Okay, right. A bit of scoop out that 4K just a tiny bit.
You out alive or dead. Walk away, walk away.
Probably a bit too much now. It sounds a bit dull now.
Rain, not today, not today. I'll take you out alive or dead. Walk away, walk away.
Okay, cool. All right. Let me just go back to a couple of things which I may have kind of glossed over a little bit. But again, all right, it's set and we don't forget, okay? Let's look at back at the little hi-hat here. Okay.
If I'm twisted words into a lie, well, if I may, and if I might, my ears are open for tonight. I'll hear you out to clear all doubt. Cheers to your poison on the rocks, as cold as your stone heart. No one needs your good intentions. No one needs your expectations.
Okay, cool. Right. So let's I'm gonna skip to one thing that I want to do. All right. Again, it goes back to the point of building dynamics. Okay. So when it gets to the chorus, I want the bass to just be a little bit more, slightly bigger. So what I do is let's do a little bit of automation here. So what I'm going to do is that when the chorus kicks in, I'm going to bump this up. I've got this already sort of set. So at about 100 hertz below, everything with hundreds gets bumped up by about a dB, right?
Cross my heart now. Don't you rain on my parade.
Yeah, there we go.
Cross my heart now.
Okay, cool. Let's just adjust all the automation points.
Don't you rain on...
Okay, so when it gets out of the chorus, let's bypass that EQ. Let's do the same thing over at...
My heart now. Don't you rain...
Okay, let's... Same thing for the next chorus.
Rain on my... Walk away.
Alright, okay. So the reason why, that I want to sort of automate this little bass EQ is that, whenever you get to the chorus, there's a lot more other stuff. All the vocals come in, all the additional guitar parts come in. So that adds all the, the mids, the high mids, and all the high frequencies. So you want that low end to also kind of grow and you want that low end to be, in the same way that, your top end opens up, you want your bottom to be a little bit bigger as well. So again, dynamics, in the mix, okay?
You bleed me dry.
So there's no chorus actually at the end, but let's just put this in here because this is more like the outro. Let's just chuck this here. Let's not forget. All right, set and don't forget. Okay, cool. So that's the little detour to the bass. All right. Let me just play it at this point in time. Right. Usually I will just work on the automation, but let's take a look. Okay. 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 Let's turn on the delay guitars. Where are they? Delay guitars. So many tracks, man. I'm also like can't keep track of everything. Here we go. noticing one thing, a bit of build up. All right, let me just that low note. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Right, it's gonna need to automate all these delay guitars a little bit. So let's play around with it. Let's see what this is doing. All right, it's got this little low mosquito buzzing thing going on. Okay, cool. Now I probably need to automate this a little bit. So what I want to do is let's send all this to a VCA fader. Okay. So a VCA fader is a little different from a group, okay? Because what a VCA fader is that it there's no processing in it. So as you can see, the edit channel settings, you can't go into it. So it's just basically a volume control that's linked to all these three channels. So I've linked all these three channels to this VCA fader. So instead of having to like automate, do automation, curves to all these three separately, I can only just do one. So let's do this. Right, I think we could actually also kind of link these three guys as well. So why don't we do that? Can we link it this way, or do I have to unlink it? Let's see. Let's unlink. To go link one will be. Do you want to keep command automation? Yes, let's keep it there. Okay, let's link it all to. Let's link it to the VCA fader to the selected channel. Oh, it doesn't do that, does it? Oh, okay, all right. So cool. So I guess I don't really need this guy anymore. Let's remove that. Okay, so we've got one VCA link fader that links all three. Okay. Yeah, let's do that instead. Okay, much easier to just control everything from that one VCA fader. Back to where we were, 3.5, right? Yeah, let's add back in that low buzzy mosquito thing. Cool. Okay, let's see what the DI is doing. Is it the same? Something similar? Okay, this is a little bit more higher gain. So let's see. Do we really need it? Let me separate this out first so that it's kind of easier to manage. Let's see what all of these are doing. Cool. So instead of having this all the way hard left, hard right, let's put this about 75 either way. Okay.
Little birdie stopped on by and twisted words into a lie. Well, if I may, and if I might, my ears are open for tonight. I'll hear you out to clear all doubt. Cheers to your poison on the rocks, as cold as your stone heart. No one needs your good intentions. No one needs your expectations. No one needs your imposition.
Okay, cool. Let's check it out. So this one, this little M delay, M here means the Marshall, if I'm not mistaken. So this must be Jason's part. So let's tuck this down a little bit lower.
Your stone heart. No one needs your good intentions. No one needs expectations. No one needs your imposition. Cross my heart now. Don't you rain on my.
Ooh, hello there. Okay, what in the world is that? Okay, so these guys are. So it's another delay part. It seems. Okay, I see why. I see why that the volume level is so drastically different. It's because of this. Okay, let's bring this back up to where it originally was, which is at 0. Then let's compensate that. Let's compensate that way. Okay. La da da. Let's link this again to another VCA so it's easier to control. But let's set this initial level first. Let's deal with the one in the pre-chorus. Okay.
Cross my heart now. Don't you rain on my parade. Not today.
Yeah, so this is more like a higher part because we had the lower parts played by the main distortion rhythm. So this covers like a different voicing, slightly higher, just to give it a much more bigger sound.
Cross my heart now. Don't you rain on my parade. Not today.
So again, let's take a listen. So this is the main distortions. You can sort of hear what's the layers that are underneath. So that's the main distortion, and then you have the higher link on top of that. Let's take a look. See, when they combine together, it's like a it's one huge wall of guitars there, you see? Because without it, it's kind of, so you're only occupying the lower low mids, and then when this comes in, Right, so that's the two parts in the chorus played together. So let's check it out. Let me just label this properly first. Delay guitar, so that this will be the chorus delay, right? So this deals the one with the ones in the chorus.
A glass diamond, this world's to you, 'cause all you do, I see right.
Okay, very cool. Okay, now let's check out the BVs that happen in the pre-chorus. Let's go to the BVs right now. All right. Okay. Thanks again, man, for sticking around. Whoever's still around here, right? Very cool. I really appreciate you spending your time, your Wednesday, pull out your Friday. Does anybody remember, even know what day it is now? Okay. Honestly, I don't. I sometimes forget what day it is. Okay. Every day feels the same. Okay, let's check it out with BV1. Okay, let's look at the first BV. Okay, first part.
No one needs your good intention. No one needs your expectation. No.
Okay, I don't need all the top end. All
No
right.
one needs your imposition. No one needs your good intention. No one needs your.
Okay, about that 1K region. Let's just scoop it out. All right.
Needs your expectation. No one needs your imposition. No one needs your good intention. No one needs your expectation.
Very cool. Let's copy over the settings because again, with all these parts, there's always a double track left and right.
No one needs your imposition. No one needs your good intentions. No one needs your expectations. No one needs your imposition. No.
Okay, cool. Right, let's go with the BV, the lower harmony part. Let's bring in my usual vocal processing setting.
No one needs your good intention. No one needs your expectation. No one needs your imposition.
Okay, this is a lower note, so resonance is a little bit lower as well.
No one needs your expectation. No one needs your imposition. No one
Oops.
needs your good intention. No one needs your expectation. No one needs your imposition.
Alright.
No one needs your good intention.
Cool. All right, let's copy the setting over. So this part will be not as wide. This will be like about 50-50. Okay, so there's a rationale with how wide you want to pan certain things. So there's referred to, it's not a rule, but it's generally when something contains like higher frequencies, right? When it's like a higher frequency, higher mid frequency, you tend to want to spread it out towards the edges. Okay, the reason why is that it makes the mix a little bit wider. It goes a little bit wider. Okay. On the other hand, if something contains more of like lower frequencies, things obviously things like the kick and the bass are all mono and are dead in the center. So the same rationale, you want to keep stuff which is lower frequencies a little bit closer towards the center, all right, or the middle. The reason is because if you spread all the low frequencies out, it actually kind of doesn't make your mix as wide. It kind of draws your, it narrows the mix a little bit. So again, it's not a rule. There's no hard and fast rule to it. You could always do the same. You could always do the opposite, and whichever you prefer. See, but I tend to do and keep all the lower stuff more towards the middle, and whatever's high frequency out towards the edges.
No one needs your good intention. No one needs your expectation. No one needs your imposition. Cross my heart now. Don't you need your good intentions? No one needs your expectations. No one needs your imposition. Cross my heart.
listen to that again.
No one needs your good intentions. No one needs your expectations. No one needs your imposition.
Okay, it's getting a little bit sibilant. Okay, so let's slap on the waves de-esser. Okay, let's see. Let's just go with the defaults.
No! It's your good. Needs your imposition.
There we go.
It's your good intentions. No one needs your expectations. No one needs your imposition. Cross my heart now. Don't you rain on my parade.
Okay, very cool. All right, I like where it's sitting. Okay, cool. Let's take a look at the next important element. Okay, because this is in the chorus. These are the gang vocals. Right. So let's see. How many tracks did we get the guys to record? There's like 6 tracks, right? So I think 6 tracks. Let's see how many guys are there in here.
Don't you rain on my parade.
Yeah, so I think all of the band members, all of them, so I got them to record like 6 different tracks. Okay, 6 different takes. So let's slip this on. Now with the again with some of the other stuff, like when it comes to gang vocals, I won't be doing the same thing. You don't necessarily need to put the VTM, the tape and the console emission on every single channel, right? So especially all the other more background stuff, we can always just like keep it normal, just bypass all that.
Don't you rain on my parade. I'll take you. You rain on my parade. Don't 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 you rain.
Okay, let's copy this EQ setting. All right. I reckon this should be the same, right? Yeah, this.
Rain on my parade. Don't you 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 rain on my parade.
Okay, let's go with the check the low.
Don't you rain on my parade. Don't you rain on my parade. Don't you rain on my parade. Don't you rain on my parade.
Now with all these gang vocals, right? Some of it's a little bit out of tune and all that, but that actually adds to the realism of how like a crowd, like a crowd gang vocal is, how it sounds like. So a little bit of imperfections here and there, it actually adds to the element. If everything was perfectly in tune, if everything was like super precise, it's not going to sound like a crowd already. It's going to sound like processed, a robot vocals. So let's check out the gang vocals again. All right, so again, I have good old LE2A.
Don't you rain on my parade. Don't you rain on my.
Okay, right. So this is the one that was disabled. Okay, let's get rid of that. Let's just put in another reverb inside. Okay, I've been not discovering the Plugin Alliance Mega Bundle's been amazing, man. And this reverb that they have inside the BX rooms is actually pretty good, actually. And I've not really used this a lot, but I've been using it on a couple of mixes recently, and I really like. And maybe I want to be exploring and seeing how I can use this a little bit more. Okay, so this should be a hall medium. Let's check it out and see how it sounds. Okay. Oh, hello. Okay, mix. Let's bring it down. Dry.
Rain on my parade. Don't you rain on my parade. Don't you.
Okay, let's EQ it down. Everything above 3K. Let's EQ everything below 200.
Rain on my parade. Don't you rain on my parade. Don't you rain on my parade. Don't you rain on my parade.
So, as with all of Brainworks EQs and plugins, they all can work in MS mode, right? So you can play with your stereo width, you can play with your digital pan. The cool thing is they have the mono maker. So what mono maker means is that you set a frequency where everything below that frequency is in mono. So in this case, it's like everything below 60 hertz, right? So this again helps to keep things like your reverbs and everything all clean and not muddying the entire stereo feel. Okay, let's bring this out.
Don't you rain.
Reverb time maybe a little bit lower.
Rain on my parade. Don't you rain.
Cool, I like that, man. Super simple. I like the way that they put the reverb time. It's not in seconds. It's just like in a scale of from 0 to 100. So it's really, really super easy to use and to process. So let's see.
Rain on my
Source distance.
parade.
Let's put it 0. Further. Yeah, a little further away.
Don't you rain on my parade. Don't you rain on my parade. Don't you rain on
Okay, it's a little bit of touch of EQ.
my parade. Don't you rain on my parade.
Okay, so this is when you have 6 tracks of vocals, all right. So this is that frequency there is kind of where some of all that frequencies are building up, because each of the different voices of all the guys, all right. So if it's like I can't remember, was it either all 4 or 5 of them, But if it's like 4, let's say if there's 4, right? So with 6 tracks, you're talking about like a group of 24 people, right? Essentially, basically what it is, lah.
Don't you rain on my parade. Don't you rain on my parade. Don't you rain on my parade.
So some of it, a little bit of build up there as well.
Don't you rain on my parade.
Okay, you can roll off all the highs.
Don't you rain on my parade. Don't you rain on my parade. Not today. I'll take you out alive or dead. Black taste, no one needs your imposition. What's my horn now? Don't you rain on my parade. Not today. I'll take you out alive or dead. Walk away.
Okay, this could be a little bit.
My horn now. Don't you rain on my
Okay, this guy could be a little bit brighter, because now I think it's a bit too dull. The chorus fills. So just bring back a little bit of the top end.
parade. Not today. I'll take you out alive or dead. Walk away.
And maybe a little bit more to the center. A little bit more mono.
Not today. I'll take you out alive or dead. Walk away.
Right. The reason why be doing that is, again, to contrast. I kind of feel that it works better when there's a contrast between the gang vocals, which is like big and wide, and then when they respond, not today, not today, it's a little bit more towards the middle. So let's check it out.
Good intentions, no one needs your expectations, no one needs your imposition. What's my horn now? Don't you rain on my parade. Not today, not today. I'll take you out alive or dead. Walk away, walk away.
Okay, very cool. So sweet. That's much of the gang vocals there, all right? So what's left? Okay, let's check this part out. Okay, one very cool part I want to share with you is more towards the production side. Just let me talk about it. Like, is the second verse.
A glass diamond, this world's to you. 'Cause all you do, I see right through.
So we did a little bit of in pre-production. We changed and we tweaked a little bit. So when it gets to the part of the pre-chorus, just before the break, right? So we did a little bit different, something a little bit different. Right? Let's check it out. What we do.
You stand so proud, flames in your crown, but does it burn? Oh, does it burn? Sex and smoke and rock and roll, colors, lights, all just for show. But who will save your soul?
Okay, for me, this is like one of my favorite parts of the song, man. When all the music drops out, and then the vocal, the lyric of the vocal emphasized there, "Who will save your soul?" All right, so this is a very, very cool part. What we did is we dropped out all of the music, so there was like a sudden drop in it, and just leaving the vocal alone. All right. So let's check it out. Let's tweak this part a little bit. There's a little bit of a whisper thing. Let's let me see.
Flames in your crown, but does it burn? Oh, does it burn?
Very cool. This should go into the BV as well. All right, this will go into the BV. So it's gonna be nice and a little bit more ambient. Let's see. Here we go.
Diamond, this world's to you. 'Cause all you do, I see right through. You stand so proud, flames in your crown, but does it burn? Oh, does it burn? Sex and flames in your crown, but does it burn? Oh, does it burn? Sex and
All right, cool. Right, it's gonna be very cool if you're listening on headphones or earphones, because that whisper is gonna be right in your ears on the left and on the right. Okay.
smoke and rock and roll, colors, lights, all just for show. But who will save your soul? Burn, sex and smoke and rock and roll, colors, lights, all just for show. But who will save your soul? No one needs your good.
Okay, a little bit of automation there, just to dip that "Who will save your soul," the vocal doubles, that double in an octave up. Yeah, just maybe, I think maybe 6 dB. I think. Let's check it out and see.
Does it burn? Sex and smoke and rock and roll, colors, lights, all just for show. But who will save your soul? No one needs your good intention.
Very cool. Okay, super cool. Almost there, man. So let's go over to the solo now. All right, really quickly.
I'll take you out alive or dead. Walk away loud.
Okay, here's the solo. As usual, let's drop in the good old VCC, VTM, and VCC. Okay, so this solo is like a, I think it was done with a wah. Cool. Okay, what I've got here is I've got this a UAD EB34, so this is a tape echo. So with solos, usually there isn't that much of processing that you really need to do, just a tiny touch of EQ. It doesn't really need much compression actually. But one thing that I like to do on solos is this little plugin here called Acon Digital Multiply. So Multiply is like, again, it's a kind of a chorusing, it's kind of a doubling effect, but I like the way it sounds on solo guitars. So they've got a lot of some cool presets. So just hear how it sounds first, right? By default. Cool. And then super simple. The controls are super simple. All right, you can always balance between the dry and between the wet effect. So I tend to go for this one, which is vintage lead. So vintage lead in this case, you again rolling off all the bottom, rolling off all the top, and then just blending it in, right? Just to give it a bit of space. right?
Walk away.
Okay, cool. Now let's bring in our good old friend Waves MV2 again. All right, so I think you watched the if you watched the very first episode of MixStream, I used that on the solo acoustic guitar. I also kind of like to use MV2 on solos because it helps to bring out all the intricate details. So sometimes with with solo parts, all right, you know, if you have fast lines or something a little bit more intricate, sometimes they can kind of get buried. And if you use compression, regular compression, what it does is that it kind of you know, it starts to kill all the transients, which, you know, again you know, it kind of robs all the detail away. So this again, MV2 is really a great magic tool to like bring out detail, to bring out, you know, all the subtleties and nuances that's inside a part. So let's see what we can do with it. Check it out. Bring a little bit up.
Walk away.
Just compensate down a little bit. Let's bring it to about -4. Okay, so for me, it's a subtle effect, but you know, to me, it sort of brings out stuff like the pick attack a little bit more, right? It brings it up a little bit more, so it feels a little bit more intense, you know, to me once we add that in. So let's check it out again, solo. Very cool. All right, so I would actually probably automate it a little bit more, but you know, I'll do that at a later point in time. So let me just check this little part here first.
Poison on the rocks, as cold as your stone heart. No one needs your good intentions. No one needs.
Yep, because this is also like a little solo lick that Jason did. So maybe a -2 dB.
No one needs.
Okay, cool.
Walk away. Walk away.
And when we get to this last little bit, right? Yeah, let's automate this up a little bit more so that you can sort of hear the tail end of the wah. Oh, there we go. All right, very cool. this little part here, this last BB part here is a call and response thing. This is Jason's part, so let's firstly, because this is like a mono thing, let's bring it to the middle.
Cross my heart and hope to die. Stick a needle in my eye. Cross my heart and hope to die. I won't let you bleed.
Okay, cool. All right, so let's, I think this might be a good candidate for vocal rider. All right, so maybe this could be a quick and easy way to deal with the volume balances. Okay, let's go for moderate first, maybe a fast response, and let's check and see. Okay.
Stick a needle in my eye. Cross my heart and hope to die. I won't let you bleed me.
Okay, the range needs to go down a little bit more. -4. Maybe a bit more. Because that crossed my heart, that last one just suddenly jumps out a bit louder. Right, very cool. Sweet. So this last solo, we should probably bring it back down to the unity level first. Here we go.
Cross my heart and hope to die. I won't let you bleed me
Cool. All right. Let's bring in some of the stuff that I have earlier. This is like cymbal swells, I think.
Save your soul. No one needs your save your soul. No one needs your soul. No one needs your good intentions. No one needs your expectations.
Okay, very cool. So we got the vocals, we got the gang vocals, we got the main guitar solos. So this is one last bit at the end of the song, which is the end of distortions. Okay, all right. So let's check it out and see what it's doing. Okay, cool. So let's do the same thing. All right, let's treat it the same way that we did the guitars. So this is like this was an additional part that we added to the ending, because this is like the big breakdown. Okay, cool. Let's give it the good old treatment. VTMA. Same thing. Okay, let's just copy it over. This is the right. Copy it over. Okay. Okay, sweet. Okay, so now what we're gonna do on this is, this one I may want to compress it a little tiny bit, all right? Because and what I like to use is just it's a very good preset over here, right? heavy guitars. Right. Same thing, we don't really need all the top end and all the extreme low end to it. Cool. There's a little bit. You can hear the tape echo doing the weird thing. Right. So it's a little squee part over here. Let's check it out. Cool. All right. All right. Let's play with it. Across my heart now. Okay, let's. I kind of want to smash it a little bit more, right? Let's make this sound really, really, really smashed and compressed, and get all the aggression and all the energy out of it. And good candidate would be again Pulsar Smasher, right? Which is again, it's free. Check it out. Across my heart now. Okay, let's roughly set it here first, okay? Because what I want to go, right? I know it's pretty late, man. It's coming up to like almost 5 hours already. Right, this is the longest stream to date. Okay, so I just want to go very quickly over some of the electronic stuff which I've sort of added. Okay, just to give it a bit of just to give it a bit of a slightly different, more modern flair. So this one thing which I chucked in, this is a bass synth. Okay, so let's drop this in. So it's acting more like a sub bass. Okay, cool. Now with a lot of synth stuff and all that, usually you don't really need to do too much of processing, because when it's already inside, it's coming out and being generated from the VST instrument, it usually already pretty much sounds pretty good. Just a little bit of EQ here and there. Like in this case, I just want to get rid of all the super low, maybe everything below 50. So because I don't need it to sort of compete with the bass guitar, which is already there, for in that region. So it's just there to add that bit of like a grit to it. So let's see how it goes, how it fits. There we go. So it's adding that really evil sounding growl to it, Cool, very cool. Okay, so there's a little pad here. So pads. Okay, let's roll out all the lows. Don't need all that super high end either. Okay, this is gonna be super subtle, right? Because you don't want it to sound too electronic either. Cross my heart and hope to Whoop, that's a bit too loud. Sorry about that. Right, we missed the negative key that it jumps up. Okay, now there are a couple of other stuff which I added as well. All right, so this is like a little effect. that happens here in the intro. It's called Volcano Sonar, and then when you hear it, you will know why it's called that name. Yeah, it's like a little sonar ping. Very subtle.
Cross my heart and hope to die. Stick a needle in my eye.
All right, cool. All right, so there's another part here. This is called the complex spinner. This is like a, it's a pulsing, like a gated kind of a synth, if I'm not mistaken. Something gated. Yeah. Again, this is gonna be all very, very subtle in the background.
Cross my heart and hope to die. Stick a needle in my eye.
Very cool. Okay, all right. I like how it is. All right. So, for me, I like to. For me, I love to add some percussion. You know, in the songs, especially during choruses and all that, because sometimes you want to add that extra element, that extra excitement, rhythmic excitement, not only in terms of the rhythm, right, but in terms of frequency as well. So this again makes everything a little bit wider, a little bit bigger. Everything you want to go a little bit wider, a little bit bigger. So there's a little tambourine loop, and which I made using Stylus RMX. So Stylus is again super. It's really, really cool, man. So what it does is, this is going to be very subtle.
No one needs your good intentions. No one needs your expectations. No one needs your imposition.
A bit of reverb to it. Yeah, not a bit, maybe a bit more. Yeah, give it a bit more wet.
Out alive or dead. Walk away. And for tonight, I'll hear you out to clear all doubt. Cheers to your poison on the rocks, as cold as your stone heart. No one needs your good.
Okay, this little sub bass synth thing, probably need to drop it down in level when you get to the pre-chorus and chorus, just a little bit.
No one needs your good intentions. No one needs your. Not today. I'll take you out alive or dead. Walk away.
Cool, right? That really, sometimes adding a sub bass really adds a lot of that size to a particular section in the song. So sometimes I love to add like a little sub bass underneath, just to give it that size. It's something that you can't really achieve with just a bass guitar and with EQ or processing. Sometimes you just really need to add that layer. This is something, doing sub basses is kind of something which I picked up from James Deweese from the Get Up Kids, and he's also the touring keyboardist for My Chemical Romance. Good friend of ours. He helped to co-produce the new Project EAR album. So he does this on almost everything, man. He always adds that sub bass on a lot of stuff. So I picked it up from him. So it's it's kind of I've him to thank for doing this. So let's check it out. Let's
Save your soul. No one needs your good intentions.
yeah. So it should sit around that level for the rest of the song. Okay, cool. All right. Now, one tiny thing, again, stuff to add excitement. It's again anything to drive and to make the song a little bit more exciting. You want to constantly keep something interesting for the listener to hear. So this is a little tiny loop. It's called a 2-speeder loop. It's actually kind of a drum and bass thingy, but it's just again going to be super, super subtle. I'm going to filter out all the lows, I think. There you go. It's like a little filtered sound. right, cool. Okay, super subtle. Again, I'm chucking all these things in because maybe later on we're going to remove them and sort of take it out. All right. One last stuff and we are almost there, man. Thank you for sticking in all this. Wow, for about 5 hours. Okay, now so again, this is something gonna be very very subtle. This is a little piano thing which I sort of added. Okay, now with pianos, let's run it through. This one I will run it through a little bit of processing because with pianos, I do like to compress them a little bit just to give them a little bit of energy. So we can do that using the VMR. So what this does is basically a lot of octave parts just to reinforce the chord and the chord changes. Again, just to give a little bit of size to everything. Let's go for the FG 401, which is it's a VCA compressor, but can sort of sound like an LE2A as well. Okay, let's check it out. Let's see. Okay. Okay, because you can see here, you can hear the distortion, and that is the FG73 kind of overdriving. So if that happens, all right, it can be a cool effect if you want to do it. See? A very subtle thing. Like, let's go with it, man. Excuse me. Let's go with it and see how it sounds like. Okay, you never know. It might be a happy accident. Ratio. Let's bring it up to about 4. Let's bring the threshold down. Interesting. Very interesting sound. I think the attack needs to be a little bit faster. Okay, all right. Too much of the distortion. It's just causing it to buzz. So let's bring it down. Let's slow the release down a little bit so it gives it a bit more sustain. Okay, now with some of the pianos, right? With pianos, I don't like pianos that sound super, super wide. So what I do is I tend to sort of always pan them inwards a little bit. If it's like more of a solo vocal and piano thingy, very sparse, then I don't mind it being, wide and enveloping. But sometimes in a busy mix, right, the piano takes up a lot of space in the mix if we pan it all the way out, right? So I kind of like to tuck it into maybe 75 plus minus 75 on the side. So just to check it in. So let's check it out how this part sounds. Sweet. Okay, cool. Right. So now that's pretty much the at this point in time, this is what I have with the first draft of the mix. Okay, so very often the actual mixing process will take a little longer. So there's only so much I can sort of show within these couple of hours time. Right, there's a lot more stuff to do, right? Things like a little bit of tuning, a little bit of fine tweaking and automation, but usually at about 3-4 hours, it's more than it's a pretty long time to be listening to a piece of music for a long time, and then ears does get a little bit of fatigue. When you're mixing, you need to take ear breaks very often here and then, and what I will sort of do I'm pretty happy. This is like the initial mix of what we have. Okay, so pretty much everything's kind of sitting there. Everything's there. You just need to sort of fine tweak and do a lot of automation. Bring some parts up, bring some parts down, just to again enhance all the dynamics. So a couple of things. Usually after this, also I usually swap to a different pair of speakers because now I'm listening to the big speakers, which are my big Cali LP8s. So usually when I get to this point in time, I will also go and switch to like a different pair of speakers. In this case, I have a pair of NS10s as well, and one of my favorite speakers of all time. Right, I'm super familiar with it, and I use it to fine tune and to balance things. So it's very useful to take a little bit of time off from the mix, especially when we've been working on it for like when I've been working on it for like close to 5 hours already. All right. So those of you who are still hanging on, thanks a lot for tuning in and watching me, man. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a final listen through of the whole track. I'm gonna play it from the top to the end just to get an overall feel of what we've got. All right. So thank you very much for sort of sticking around all this while. Hey, remember to check out the rest of our videos. All right. Do subscribe to the channel. All right. Help us to grow the channel a little bit more. And if you can, head down to over there where you can see the website, patreon.com. Head down to the website, sign up to become a patron. It really, really helps to not only support the channel, but also helps support the band, which featured in this case. A very big thank you to the guys from Airwaves on Fire. All right. It's really, really fun to working with them. Right. So check out their video to their first single, Ride or Die, which again, I'll leave all the stuff later down in the description and in the comments later below. I'll look through all the chat sessions and I'll get back to you and I'll reply all of you guys. Thank you again for watching, man, and stay safe. Wash your hands frequently, right? Practice your social distancing. Take care of your health, all right? And let's listen to the whole song, all right, from start to end. And stay tuned when this song is out. We will keep you informed in this channel, and as I'm sure the band will also keep everyone informed and updated on their own social media as well. So that's all, and take care, guys, and have a very good night. I'll see you again next week in the next episode, all right? And I'll leave you with the song, with the mix of the song for Cross My Heart by Airwaves on Fire. Okay, here we go. Good night.